Welcome to Roll It Slant presents On the Rise, a D&D 5th edition live play stream, sponsored by Roll20.net as part of the Roll20 Spotlight program. Also, thank you to Kevin MacLeod for your royalty-free music. It is great.
Coming in hot.
We will tell you what tracks we use from the albums of Kevin MacLeod at the end of tonight's performance. So please stay tuned for that. Your viewage is good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Without further ado, we will continue our story now after a brief summary of the previous night's action. All right. Last time on the Rise, a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons stream hosted by Roll It Slant online on twitch.tv/Roll It Slant.
Question, when do we get released from this bit?
This is the entire session.
Okay.
Okay.
The more we resist, it's like vocal quicksand. The more we resist, the more we get submerged into it.
All right. But I blazed through the intro super duper fast.
True, you should do it that way more often.
I know. That should be our standard operating procedure, our SOP, if you will. I will. It's good to say things in acronym form. Cool. Let's cue some of that fantastic music by Kevin MacLeod so we can get in the mood. So, last time on the Rise. We're just flying. We're coming in hot. We're going to be like playing within 20 minutes. It's going to be great. Cool. I don't even know if we have viewers yet. We don't. Great. You can catch up on the VODs on YouTube. We usually don't tell you about that till the end because we don't want you to go watch the YouTube VODs while we're streaming. So last time on Roll It Slant presents On the Rise, a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition virtual tabletop campaign. Campaign. So what happened? The party did quite a bit of conjecturing and a lot of conversing going around. There was... it's hard for me to remember the chronology of how things go, as it gets a little hazy. So correct me if I'm misremembering things in incorrect orders, although I don't think the order is super relevant. But party discovered, upon reconnecting with one of the, or I guess the only creature they saved from the clutches of the crazy bone-obsessed necromancer Dima, discovered that Lycia's mission to weed out the insidious force known as the Veshem Veru in the city of Vesular. The investigation to discover them had come to a reasonable conclusion, and there was enough probable cause for Lycia to return to the city of Sigil, the center of the multiverse, and exact punishment and extermination of this interplanar entity known as the Veshem Veru. Unfortunately for the party and the population of the city and all of the suburbs outside of the city, this likely means destruction of the entire area. But one must be thorough when weeding out heretics. I mean, when finding the Veshem Veru. So, armed with that bit of motivating information, they were given 2 weeks of non-specific interplanar time in which to discover this, with an impending gathering of people from outside, likely doubling the population of Vesular in visitors alone. With an upcoming festival in the next week, the party has its work cut out for it. Can they avoid calamity and find some way to corner the Veshem Veru, confront them, dispose of them, relocate them? Who knows? amongst the revelations was a conversation with the praetor, the dean of the school of Bremeraldi, divination and abjuration, which Doran Geos himself is a up-and-coming student. What did they learn? Were they swayed? Some of our party knows, some of our party doesn't. Our viewers are lucky enough to know, but there are 3 members of the party that, for this, could be an overhanging bit of uncertainty. Are the party able to act of their own volition in the right mind, or have they been swayed by some external force? I don't know. I do know, but you don't. Also, the party bumped into an old friend, an old acquaintance, a young person, Haley Danger, whom popped out of a portal early in the campaign and has been a vague entity throughout the remainder so far, who was seen basically fleeing the city as something was coming. Something wicked this way comes. Extermination of the Veshem Varu. From there, the party decided to make their way inexplicably to the house of Trelmarn Kesh, a character who has been a bit of a swaying voice amongst the populace, preaching for the continuation of all creatures to have access to magic, while Velabris, the popular musical celebrity, and now Bremeraldi and the rest of the sort of governing bodies of the city all move to regulate magic, and the formation of the Arcane Guard has happened, setting the population up into those who believe all should have magic and those who believe only the regulated should have it. Which is safe? Which will prevent calamity? Find out on tonight's episode of On the Rise. So, you've made your way to the extreme southern tip of this tributary of Vesular, there to an area called the Sheer. The Sheer is a very steep cliff face that faces southward over the ocean to the south of the city. Here you can overlook the various islands outside of the city proper and see all the shipping traffic coming and going. It is homes to the extremely rich and wealthy. Their mansions are built upon these cliffs. They're probably the best view in all of the Dracoran Empire. You find yourself at the gate of one of these mansion estates, owned by the very familiar character Trelmarn Kesh, who has recently arrived to find 4 of the 5 party members standing outside the gates, along with a new fantastic steed with a large item, though obscured, still present on its back. Trelmarn, upon seeing you, says, "Ah, I see you've got my invitation." And we resume.
Yes, I have come because of invitation we have received to come to your place of residence at this particular time, this particular day. With
Yes,
these
the way
particular
I
people.
pat Girth Gollier, the way invitations work. We're here because of the invitation.
I turn to Rhea, just like God help me, look in my eyes. Yes, it's much like invitation.
I would like to request that you make a charisma deception roll for me.
I will do this.
Am I allowed to help with this?
Are you proficient in deception?
I'm proficient in persuasion.
That is unlike deception.
13.
All right, noted. As he just sort of nods, seemingly not off-put by your somewhat long-winded explanation of how invitations work. And you can see him lean forward and put some coin into the hands of the driver and then disembark from the carriage itself stepping onto the ground next to you, sort of looking over all of you. Oh, I see not all of you are here. Is everything all right?
Oh yeah.
They will come. We do not all live together. I'm sure they will be here momentarily. What? They out there now? Perhaps too shy to show selves. Please.
Well, if one thing I've never known your Cadia to be a shy creature in any form, so hopefully she will join us. I'm sure she'll much enjoy the events of tonight. But shall we? We'll leave the gate open for her.
We shall.
That's wise.
Zilyana does the courtliest thing possible, just kind of like bowing and whatnot, and just saying, yes, the evening will be interesting. I'm quite unclear on what we're doing tonight.
No, I thought it would have been apparent from the invitations.
Oh, they didn't let me read it.
I apologize
I'm not part of an organization, so it
that
wasn't
one
delivered directly
was not
to me.
sent directly to you, as I was unaware of your address. But I was hoping they would have relayed the pertinent information, but alas, apparently not. So I wanted to welcome you all and celebrate your achievements and introduce you to an old friend of mine, whom I thought you may find perhaps relevant in your upcoming duties as caretakers for the festival.
I looked to my party. Caretakers of the festival?
That's us.
Is that what we... Okay,
I mean,
sorry.
are you not the heroes of the city?
We are those people.
The rumor.
Ah. Well, then its safety surely falls at your feet. But it is in good hands and feet, I see.
Sometimes
do
paws.
come. Sometimes pause.
I generally try to avoid holding things with my feet.
Well, perhaps another skill to acquire for a different day. Do come. I apologize a bit for the nature of the estate, but it has been idle for so long that, well, much to do, little time to do it. And he begins sort of strolling past you into the sort of gardens area, which, as you recall from last session, are somewhat overgrown, but not like in this like hideously unkept way, just very wild, not manicured in any way. And you do see, as you kind of look in past all of this, you do see that there is quite a few exotic birds that you can see around. Peacocks, other various sort of birds kind of strolling around the ground, some of them perched up, various calls of bird song, and as you catch some of them, very sort of distinctly brightly colored things you've never seen before.
I am like all about this, and I think I call out to the birds, "Oh, hello friends, are you happy here?" in Druidic.
And their chirps and replies seem somewhat amiable. They seem like they are as happy as they can be. They don't appear to be like captive in any way. The gates are open. They could fly over the walls if they wanted to, yet here they remain. So
Yeah,
they're clearly being fed and well kept.
Yeah, I think in me asking, it's not like, oh my god, Trollmar's abusing them. It's just more like, this is a beautiful spot. Are you happy here? That type of thing. I also think I'm going to stop into the garden, and if there's any like buds that aren't blooming yet, make them bloom. Say loudly, I think these are some of Katie's favorites, don't you think? Like I'm basically vamping for her to get time to come in. And then I also kind of am curious when I do that, if Trellmarn's there, what does the residuum do? Like in observing.
Make a investigation roll as you do this
Okay.
to see if you can. As he's kind of begun walking down the, there is a cart path that leads in from this main gate towards the estate
That
itself.
would be a 16.
So you do notice that the residuum kind of goes and flows off of it, and it does almost sort of blow away as if there's a very light breeze sort of coming from away, but it's not like it just sort of like it just kind of drifts, right, and then forms on the ground as he is sort of getting further and further away from you. And then eventually kind of settles on the ground itself.
Okay. So yeah. If I waste another minute or two there, but looking around, like kind of just, like loudly musing out loud about how much Katia would like this garden and these birds.
And Katia, you are able to hear all of this, as you're not hidden that much farther away from where all of this is going. As you recall, that you did make your way inside and have hidden amongst the underbrush there.
So I heard the part about the guest.
Yes.
Or someone we're meeting.
You did indeed.
Okay. I'd like to roll stealth.
All right. I think we had a stealth from you previously.
Let's see. Probably.
You asked to roll it again.
The last thing I rolled was.
It was. Oh, your stealth of 3 was running around the outside of the wall. So we'll give you a new, fresh stealth. I am ever so benevolent.
Love that fresh stealth smell.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely a little bit better. Yeah. So going in, you all know that she's in here, but you don't quite know where, because you would need to kind of poke around in the bushes and such. You do see Trellmarn just sort of kind of paying your lingering no heed and making his way kind of past this 100-foot or so long courtyard. And as for this mansion compared to some of the rest of them, it's not ridiculously large. It is a very large house, but it's very much modest by some standards in terms of the rest of the area. Looking up at it, you can see that it appears that the curtains on all the large sort of tall windows that come to sort of a semicircle at the top all have curtains drawn behind them, so you can't see inside the house at all. And he comes up to the main sort of door with these columns that come up and little overarching awning on the entryway, and sort of grabs the 2 rings of the wooden double doors there and kind of swings them open and props them open and begins to walk inside. And you can see sort of a nice foyer there that's then quickly sort of goes off into other rooms, and the hallway seems to lead almost straight through to the back side of the house, on which you can see another set of double doors, and then you can see through the windows of those double doors out. You can kind of see the sun reflecting off the water as it's beginning to set.
What did you call this area again?
The sheer.
The sheer.
Referencing the geological.
The sheep. Yeah.
Yeah. So are you all staying and waiting for Katia? What are you doing?
Oh no, I am very determined to pretend that there's no Katia-shaped problem whatsoever in order to give her cover to fix this. So I'm just following Trellmarn like there's nothing wrong.
Yeah. I think I'm lingering, maybe making sure the door stays open though. Kind of just that ditzy person that's just overly observing stuff. Not too far from how Ziana is, but now she's really trying to vamp that up intentionally.
All right, fair enough. So you follow along in, and Trellmarn kind of stops 10 steps or so inside. Welcome to my home. I will say that the most breathtaking part is the overlook. Perhaps we can adjourn there for some drinks and toast to your successes and discuss the future.
Have you?
It would
How,
be
Sure.
great.
how long have you lived here?
Several months. Only recently took advantage of the ownership of the estate. It's been under my name for at least a year now, but it's hard to live in a place where you aren't, so I slowly made my way back here. And then you can see a bird just sort of like flaps and sort of small parrot-looking bird just kind of glides through the halls and sort of off down into another hallway. Another thing you'll notice is that all the doors in this house are closed. It's only this sort of central hallway that goes all the way through, and then off of it come two sort of hallways kind of going to your left and right. So just kind of like this big plus sign. And the house is sort of like this long rectangle with kind of like the long side, facing out towards the cliff or back towards the road itself. And he...
Oh, is the house immaculately cleaned? Is there dust on some surfaces?
make a perception roll for me.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to get. I'm liking the sense of place, right? 23. Like, for example, there's lots of birds. Is there evidence of said birds? Stray feathers, whatnot?
Yeah, so looking around, there is definitely evidence of there being birds here. It is not immaculately cleaned. There's not like bird shit everywhere.
Sure. Yeah.
It's very much livable.
Yeah.
There, you do notice there is dust here and there. It looks lived in, not immaculately kept by any means. And you do, one of the things that strikes you is something you don't see or haven't seen yet, is there don't appear to be any servants of any kind. Which
And I think
is,
that's...
which is sort of like, it does strike you as odd as this house is astronomically too large for a single person to live in, let alone like upkeep. And it kind of looks like a single person lives here. And the upkeep kind of seems to match that. And you see Trollmarn opening one of the doors off to the right, heading out, and you can sort of just see past it into kind of like a kitchen and scullery area, and then a little sort of clanking later, he comes out with sort of 2 bottles of presumably some type of alcohol in hand. And he sort of hands one to you, Ziliana. I'll fetch some glasses, and actually perhaps you can take both of these out, and I'll meet you on the overlook and see if my guest is perhaps willing to entertain as well.
Okay. I go out to the overlook.
All right, the rest of you, what are you doing?
I guess I am also going out there.
Same.
Actually, remind me, when we went to Finding Finer Things, did we see any of the birds, or were there 0 birds?
Out of stock.
Okay. Out of stock. Okay, then I will not metagame with
Just the
previous
display
campaign
bird.
This
information.
cholesterol's got to be out of control. That many eggs. Sorry.
Of various kinds. Katia, are you doing anything, or are you just sitting in the bushes here? They have clearly all walked by you and gone into the house. You do notice that the double doors to the house have been left open.
I was waiting until they had gone in completely, and I want to look around the house to see if I can see inside.
All right. You sort of make your way close to the walls of the house and all that, and looking, you see, without exception, that all of the windows are closed over with kind of blackout curtains.
Is there a way into the backyard?
There isn't a backyard. It is a giant cliff.
Oh, it's just cliff.
The house goes to maybe like 30 or 40 feet towards the cliff face. Like the back wall of the house is inset from the cliff that much. And then as you go to the side of the house, you look down and you see it sort of is slightly kind of, passable rocky grade and then very steeply drops off. And you do see that there is a patio sort of overlook area that's perhaps 30 or 40 feet kind of below the level of the house. There's a set of stairs that goes down to it there, which looks nicely sort of set up. And as you kind of sneak your way over there, you do see the back doors sort of up from the house open, and you can see Zilyana kind of emerging and beginning to walk down the stairs there. The patio itself is set up kind of like two sort of merged sort of circular areas in which the stairs come down to it. The one to your right as you come down the stairs is filled with various planters of flowers and ferns and such that just sort of line the periphery. And in the center, there's a fountain and a statue of some female figure that's holding an urn that also has a plant growing in it. There seems to be a little bit of water around the base there. There are a few braziers on pedestals set up as the light sort of the flames from them very much sort of dance and flicker in the wind. And upon stepping out sort of the back door of this, you do feel like the breeze from the sea is kind of whipping through here, and your hair kind of tosses up and around and swirls about. On the other of the two sort of joined circular areas of the patio, there is the center area is kind of boxed out like a little area of lawn, but it appears that the lawn itself is not doing too well, and there's also a tree that grows up from it. You're guessing maybe it was some sort of fruit-bearing tree at one point, but the tree itself looks dead, and underneath it is a bench that looks out over the water, and beside that is a table that looks like it wasn't originally meant to be outside, but was perhaps taken from the house and put outside, a little sort of circular side table there. Going down. So that is what you see, both Katie and Zilyana going out there. And,
Okay. So I would like to sneak up to the door and make sure no one's looking and go inside the house and hide inside the house.
all right, easy enough. You come in and you see just kind of like the tail end of the party going out the back door with Trellmarn kind of taking up the rear there as they head out, and you can see them sort of like slowly go down the stairs. It looks like everyone's heading out to this back overlook. The overlook itself does sort of jut out past the cliff, and for those of you kind of descending the stairs down to it, you do look out and you guess that it's probably at least 100 feet down from like sort of that level into the water. So you are pretty high up. The view is quite spectacular. But if any of your characters are sort of squeamish about heights and that, this definitely sort of does kind of set you off a little bit, as everything has railings and everything, but it is pretty high up. So Katie, you see them disappearing there, and you see a sort of hallway in front of you, and then two hallways going off to either side. Like there's a main hallway that goes sort of straight through from the door where you're at, straight through to the back door, which goes out to the overlook, and then there's two hallways sort of coming off aside from that. Any doors you can see are closed at the moment.
I'd like to open the nearest one.
Heading over to the sort of the first door on your right, you open it, you look inside, and you see a closet, and there are coats.
Oh. Ooh, hold on. Though, can I check the pockets of the coats?
Chalmarn Kesh, big coat fan. It's all closets.
Yeah. So rifling through, you poke your way through the various things. Give me an investigation roll.
6.
All right, as you sort of pull out the pockets, kind of inverting all of them, doesn't appear to be much in any of them. Occasionally, you find some coinage, a couple of copper pieces, a silver piece in there going through. Not much, yeah. Nothing that's like, oh, this is super interesting. It's just like, oh, this is somebody forgot this in their pockets or something like that. There.
For as long as you'll let me open doors, that's what I'm doing.
All right. So you close that door. The door on the other side, like immediately flanking the door.
Oh, if there's any like tables or desks of any kind, I want to go through them.
All right. So making your way in, you do see that there's sort of that one door, the closet, sort of coming in the entryway, and then you're immediately at the intersection of these two hallways, which you see going down. There's a number of doors kind of on each side of the room there. And so you're guessing the house is like a long rectangle, and then so there's a hallway that sort of goes the whole length of it. And so the doors kind of like go to the room on the front of the house or the back of the house.
Make sure that Trauma's not coming.
Yeah, they appear to have disappeared down outside. Okay. So as you head over, taking sort of a left down the hallway there, you go to open a door, and door is locked.
Who locks doors in their own house? Okay.
And sort of making your way down the hall, of the several doors here, all are locked.
What a weirdo. No keys?
There don't appear to be keys just hanging out in the door itself. You do notice as you sort of get towards the end of the hall, there are a couple birds there that kind of flap past you and go sort of flying back out sort of the way you came. And you hear footsteps approaching.
Hide!
Where would you like to hide? You're currently in a hallway. There's a couple of tables, sort of like small kind of like console tables against the wall that have plants on them and such. But there is...
Okay, I'd quickly like to run back down the hall and act like I'm coming in the door like I'm late.
All right. As you scamper sort of down the hall, you get to the sort of juncture and kind of make the turn towards the door. And as you turn around, you just see Trollmarn there emerging from the kitchen sort of with a tray of glasses, just sort of looking at you. Well, I'm glad you found us. Everyone else is on the overlook. If you'd care to join us, or perhaps you can continue your self-guided tour.
Yeah, I'll take a drink.
Well, to the outlook we go then. In fact, here, why don't you carry these, and I will fetch my guest.
I don't carry things.
Well, it'll do you good. It'll build some character. He sort of shoves the tray into your arms.
You set it down. Not carry things.
Well then, why don't you join your friends out? And he sort of gestures down the hall.
All right. I'll walk out, but I'm going to look behind and see which way he's going.
He watches you continue to go, and then kind of, picks the tray up off the floor where you put it down and moves it to a table and sets it down there, and then goes down the hallway that you had gone down. The rest of you see Katia sort of emerging up at the patio area to this overlook there.
Oh, there you are.
Unsuccessful. He's a little suspicious.
Is he standing right next to you?
No, he's walked off down the hall there.
So, Katie, apparently we were invited here tonight.
I heard. And there's some...
Did you really hear, though?
Yeah, I really did. I really did.
Did you absorb?
I don't know what you mean. But...
Clearly. I am getting that impression.
All the doors in his own house are locked. and that's weird.
Did you happen to bring
Also-
glasses?
No, he tried to give me two, and I was like, I don't carry things.
I know
Katie,
that
what the
about
hell?
you.
What?
Katia,
I don't carry things.
I know.
We were invited. Hello. You don't make your guests carry the drinks down.
it's polite if your host asks you to do something.
No, that's not the way things work.
Yes, it is!
Okay. So, why?
We live in a society, Katia.
I know, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. We live in a society. Hello. You invite somebody over, you don't make them carry the drinks.
Diliana's holding 2 bottles of wine.
You just drink it out of the bottle.
Ew. No.
Ria wanders over and considers diving into the ocean.
While while we move down there, I want to take a closer look at this dead tree.
Me too.
Okay.
I saw it from the back. It's odd.
You walk over. Go ahead and make a nature check for me.
Okay. That would be a 12.
All right. Looking at the tree itself, it seems like it is some kind of apple tree, although doesn't have any fruit on it. It doesn't look like it is dead. It looks like it is struggling to survive, as is most of the vegetation underneath it.
I know Druidcraft technically mechanically doesn't work that way, but I would like to use it as an RP type thing and like kind of touch it to see if I can breathe any life into anything close to it. So.
All right. Make me a just wisdom skill check.
Okay. That's an 11.
All right. You cast Druidcraft sort of into the tree itself, but you don't notice too much. You feel the energy sort of like flow from you, but you get the sense that it's just like too big an organism to have any sort of like visual impact on what's going on. It's not dead, but looking around, it doesn't seem like it's likely to eventually survive through whatever sort of long-term process is here.
I kind of pat it and say, I'll help you someday. Yeah, is this table right there the only table out there?
It is.
Okay, I'm gonna put the bottles of wine on the table. Who do you think our guest is?
So, where were the invitations delivered to? That part I missed.
We don't know.
Why didn't you ask?
Because
We're
it was
under the
most-
pretense that we understand there's an invitation.
Because if we do not have that pretense, he asks, well, why are you here if you do not know about the invitation? And then we are forced to make lie about how we are not, snooping around house,
I already got caught. You just don't answer the question. Move on.
But I don't think that's quite, okay.
Idiot, if someone didn't answer your questions, would you just move on?
No.
See, that doesn't always work.
Did you kill this man? No answer. Oh, well, I guess that's okay then.
No,
Go ahead.
it's
You're
fine.
free to leave.
we understand.
All is well.
It's you can't just use it like for like killing somebody. That's not the way that works. You just like brush it off like, oh, I didn't notice that you noticed me snooping around.
Katia,
Yes.
don't take up spycraft.
Okay. Investigation. Yes. Okay.
Cool. Can I stop you?
No.
Okay, that's what
Is
I
there any
thought.
tables or anything out here, like besides this one other table? I think Zoliana just asked that question.
There is
There's
still
no
only
chairs.
one table out here. No
Yeah.
chairs. There is beside it. There is a bench that looks like it would seat probably 2 people comfortably, 3 if you squeezed in. It kind of looks out over the water, positioned under the tree. The only other thing you see is sort of off in 2 places. There are bird cages. Both have their sort of
We have a map.
doors empty and no birds inside. But no other furniture that you can see out here.
All right, I'll just look down this way. And
So these are stairs going up to the house. And this is the back of the house.
okay, I will go up the stairs
Yeah. All right.
and see if he's coming out.
As you go up, you do see through the windows of the doors that he is accompanied by another person coming down. Much shorter, halfling in stature, woman, sort of brown skin, sort of big, kind of curly hair, dressed very plainly, almost sort of like in work coveralls. Looks somewhat kind of dirty, definitely not evening attire, and does have sort of big kind of circular goggles brought up and just sort of sitting on top of her head as the doors open, and Trollmarn sort of just sees you right there. Oh, I see you found your way back in. Wonderful.
Hi,
Hello.
Arcadia.
The halfling kind of looks up at you. Alcerian.
Alcerian. Interesting.
Cadia. Interesting.
I am. And I'll walk away.
She just sort of looks up at Trelmar, and he just sort of shrugs, and they make their way kind of down here. Well, I'd like you all to meet a long-time friend and remarkable craftswoman, Osirian Bonaparte. They call her the Purveyor of Marvels. And I am fortunate enough that she is staying in my mansion for the time being, as she prepares for the festival.
Yes,
These
we heard that you were presenting something rather remarkable at the Wandering Star Festival.
She kind of nods. Well, that's indeed the hope. Nothing worth making is not worth making marvelous. But I hope that it is not beyond the scope of appreciation from the general populace. I hear you're all heroes of the city, Dromar tells me. That must be exciting and rewarding.
We are just trying to make things better instead of worse.
Well, I think we'll get along fine then.
Rhiannon Mordov, sorry, and I give her a bit of a kind of polite bow.
Just
and
sort of nods. I'm sorry. I apologize for all this. I didn't anticipate that there were going to be other guests tonight. So working late, as they say.
I don't think any of us particularly stand on ceremony, so.
Well, I did they brought the glasses down? Yes. Okay. So I'm pouring them all a glass, but not myself one. But going around, oh, I'm Ziliana, just kind of falling into old habits. This is not going to earn me coin, but I kind of just go through the motions of doing that.
All right, and everyone has a drink. And Trelmarn sort of raises his glass up. Well, here's to the various heroes of Vesular and all the ways that you can help the city in the future.
Oh, smell mine. I could pass this off. Wine tasting.
All right. Make an investigation roll.
17.
You get the sort of sense it has kind of like earthy, full-bodied notes. There's a hint of, is that pecan? No, nutmeg. In it. It's likely a wine that has low acidity and a smooth finish.
All right, I'll drink it.
It's not eggnog, no. Is that what you said?
You said nutmeg, it's eggnog.
Oh, yeah.
That's how alcohol works.
This wine is also creamy.
Oh, I hate that set
This
of
is-
descriptors.
This is peacock milk. Be sure to chew it before you swallow.
Bad. Texturally bad. Textural nightmare.
There's like little bits of like circular cased meat in there.
Oh.
I hated it. Thank you.
Oh.
So, you weren't expecting other guests. That's interesting because we get like invitations and all. And usually, like when guests are staying with other people who are gonna have guests, you're like, "Hey, we're gonna have a party." You know what I mean? That's odd.
I think I go over to Kadia and I just put my hand on the small of her back. I go, "We're okay." Are we? I don't know, but chill out, man.
Why don't I go, perhaps find something to eat, and you can all become acquainted. He kind of downs the rest of his wine and walks over and puts the glass on the table and brushes past and heads back up the stairs.
Oh, he sprinted.
Just zoomed right out of there.
Alcirian, are you from Vesular?
Nope.
Where do you
We're
do
one of
most
these conversations.
You just like you throw out something in the hopes of just like small talk and it just lands in the center of the room like a dead fish.
Tell me more, and realizing that's not going anywhere, tell me something exciting about your work.
Well, I have made some interesting inventions and I guess refinements. Trelmarn's been a sole patron of mine for a while, and it's enabled me to do some great things.
Have you ever done any other festivals?
The festival circuit is perhaps one of the more arduous parts of an inventor's job, but you must excite the various investors in order to, earn a living. So yes, I've done quite a few.
Within the Empire?
No, this is actually my first time in Dracora. It's a bit nearsighted for my taste. Oh, I'm sorry. I realize you're all part of the regime. But
And none of us are so thin-skinned that we can't take a criticism of it.
well, that is good. Not something to be criticized. The Empire has done well for itself. Knows the bounds from which its subjugation can extend into the realms around it, so as not to appear weak by failure. So it has that going for it. This is delicious wine.
So, if this is your first time in Dracora, where's your home base?
I move from place to place. I was last at the Ani Spark Forges in Dove Rock for a couple of years. We made them burn hotter than any known source ever. Although, don't tell the dwarves, at least in their company, that it's quite hotter than the Molten Forge Crucible itself, as that could be considered heresy by some, but it's potent, powerful enough to fuse energy into objects itself. I like to think it's perhaps the most pure form of what you all might consider enchantment.
So, with your work, is there like a problem you're trying to solve?
Well, many problems. I mean, the world is filled with problems. And I think too often that people rely on, bigger things they don't understand to solve them. But I believe that magic is only that which we don't fully understand, and given enough time and careful observation, you can work through how this both mundane and wonderful world around us gives us the tools to accomplish what we desire without the need for supernatural forces. And so I guess my mission, my problem to solve is that we're too reliant on that which we don't understand. And I guess I hope to lessen that reliance.
You ever been to Colothune?
I have spent time in Colothune, yes. Not quite she sort of gestures out across the horizon there. As you can see that the sun is slowly setting in the background, kind of making this warm glow across the entire scene. Not quite the majesty, if you've ever been yourself. It's a swamp sinking into a deeper swamp, for the most part, but I have them. Why do you ask? Are you from Colothune? You seem to have done well for yourself if you are.
Oh, no. I'm from here.
That tracks.
Mm-hmm. I was just curious because, like, I heard of this, like, celebration of, like, the arrivals of, something with a C. I can't remember the name of it. But it was like...
Colothune has just come up a couple of times in conversation recently, so I think it's just on our minds.
Uh-huh.
The arrival of Colonia?
Yeah, Clevnia. That's it.
It is a fall festival there. Yes, I have been there.
As you know, you're like an inventor. You're doing something in the festival. Just curious, you ever did anything in that festival?
Yeah, I was there. I not by any means headlining an event like here in Vesular. It was earlier in my career, but it's where I met Stromarn, so perhaps not all that bad.
I think he had mentioned that he had come from Colothune. He seems to be very well traveled.
Most useful people are.
You met at the festival? Wow. That wasn't really a yes.
We met in Colothune, yes.
At the festival?
No, not explicitly at the festival.
Okay.
I mean, he was there for the festival. We met a couple months prior.
So, why did you want to meet us?
Trellmarn wanted me to meet you.
Why do you think Chalmarn wanted you to meet us?
I don't know. I don't know all that much about you. Why do you want to meet me?
We were invited. This is the first time I've heard of you.
No, well, the first time we heard of you was a couple of days ago.
Oh.
Or this morning. One of the two. When did we hear that news?
Right, but I
Was
guess
it this day? Was it the same day? I don't remember anymore.
I didn't
It's
know
been weeks.
The connection between... I don't remember things so good.
Well, you know,
Personally, I always enjoy meeting interesting people.
did you hear that?
Is that Holly or Katie?
No. That was Holly. So what are you making, like, in the festival? Like, we're the caretakers of the festival, in Trellmound's words. I wouldn't really say caretakers. We're just going to be joining. I don't know. Anyway, not important. So I assume that, like, we should know what it is that you're making or something like that. Does it have to do anything with birds? What's up with all the birds?
I mean, Trellmarn has always liked birds, from what I gather. Why? Do you have some sort of aversion to them?
No. We just, like, went to the shop, and the owner, she was like, oh yeah, this guy, he bought all the birds. Who buys all the birds when they come to town? You know? It's just, like, odd.
Trellmarn does.
Apparently. But why?
I mean, if you have money, you have to do something with it.
So birds? Like, I could name a bunch of things you could do with money besides buying birds. Do you want to hear some? Okay, there's
No.
dresses,
No, okay, we can.
shoes, coats, bags, masks. Have you been to the square?
So, have you met Vela Breeze yet? Since you're so involved with the festival.
I have not. I assume I will have the fortune of meeting her at some point. But not high on my priority list, no. Find performers and the like somewhat extraneous to society.
Trellmarn was bringing down food. Should I go help him bring down food?
Katie and Ziliana, why don't you go help Trellmarn
Oh,
bring
no,
down some
I don't
food?
carry things.
Yeah, she's not going to be helpful. I'll just go do it. It's fine. I'm used to carrying all of her stuff. And I'm going to go up and go to the doors to see and just say, hello, do you need help bringing anything down?
Well, I suppose I'm just fixing some things. You can hear sort of steps around the corner. You can see in his left hand he has a sort of big kind of like piece of looks like raw, like freshly butchered meat. And in the other hand he has sort of like a nice like charcuterie board, and he sort of hands it to you. That should likely get folks started. There's some breads in the cupboard here, and you like looking around the kitchen. It's sort of not in like total disarray, but there is sort of like just stuff in various places, and he just sort of like holds the meat, and you can see that there is like looks like something has kind of been like set out on like the center island that has been recently butchered into chunks.
I am going to in my skirts I kind of have like an apron, so like I put down the or I kind of pull down the apron, I pull back my hair, and I'm like, you can put me to work, you know.
Oh, I would not.
I don't care. I start picking up and like try to figure out what he's doing and chop or
Eating his
whatever.
own birds.
What the thing you see that's slaughtered is clearly not a bird.
Okay.
It
Is
looks
it a
like
goat?
it looks like yeah, a goat or a side of beef or something like that. It's sort of a large sort of butchered sort of mound of meat. Well, they do get hungry, so
Oh, are you like one of those people that likes to cook alone? Like that's your thing?
by all means, make yourself at home in the kitchen. I will be right back. And sort of
Okay.
grabs another sort of handful of meat and sort of walks out kind of a side door around. Those of you on the patio hear a loud screeching sound as you see this kind of winged form swooping down in that has large sort of extended feathery wings, kind of this weird four-legged body of almost like a lion, and then the head of an eagle there as this griffin just sort of soars over, and standing on the edge of the patio, Trellmarn just kind of like whistles at it. It changes its flight and flies over and sort of lands, clamping down into the rocks, and its talons kind of dig in. You can see the rocks kind of cracking underneath it as he tosses bits of meat, and it just sort of snaps them up there to it.
I see his definition of bird is a little bit loose.
I think that Trollman might be coolest person alive.
I mean,
He
he has a griffin, so I'm not sure I can disagree with you on that one.
I want to be on his side. Whichever side that is. Not quite sure.
Because he has a griffin.
Do you have a griffin?
Well, no, because
Go
what
on.
do you do with a griffin?
I mean,
What do
you
you
could
do
ride
with
it
the
into
griffin?
battle.
You can ride it into battle.
Why does he need a battle griffin?
Who doesn't need a battle griffin? I wouldn't mind a battle griffin.
Battle griffin is pretty fucking cool.
Well, that's because you two are from the Orgeus Academy.
I think a battle griffin, wanting a battle griffin, I think is actually just a universal emotion.
It's true. It's like.
You might be the only
emotion.
person I've ever met who doesn't like the idea of a battle griffin.
I don't want to go to battle.
It could be a.
Song.
I don't know
griffin?
what you do in your spare
Or-
time.
Performative griffin.
I wonder.
There we go.
There it is.
We got there in the end.
We're on the same page now.
And he sort of continues to feed it piece by piece until those of you in the kitchen watch as he feeds it the entire carcass that has been butchered there.
How come I've not been seeing a griffin fly around the city?
You spend a lot of
Maybe-
time looking up.
No, I don't, but I need to.
There you go.
You're also at least a mile south of the city, so
Okay, well that was one shocker for tonight. Actually, never mind. That was one shocker for tonight. So, what is it that you're making for the festival?
you guys are up in the kitchen unless you've come back down.
Oh,
I
it
don't
was
know if
just
Katie
Leanna.
went with me.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
No, we were all out on the porch still. I think.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I made a map so I can keep track of where the hell all of you are.
Ah!
And no other reason.
No other reason. Just in case, it's good to have maps.
This is a very nice map.
I wanted you to get a sense of ambiance. Well, she sort of looks up at you, Doran, and then back at Katia. I suppose I can try to explain it, in smaller words, perhaps. The
Wait, what does that mean?
in
I just like lean over to Katie and just go. It means we're being insulted. It's okay.
Well, that. All right.
the where to start? What are the two things every living creature needs.
Food and water and music.
3 things.
What?
I put it on a t-shirt. Food, water, music. It just feels like live, laugh, love, you know?
I
So
think,
alternatively, food, water, battle griffin.
I think perhaps you've captured one of them. Home. Every creature needs its own home, right?
Not necessarily. There's like lots of people who just roam around and they're perfectly happy with that.
Well,
No home. Still a happy
home,
person.
home can be a little bit more of a flexible concept from that. I grew up moving all around. That doesn't mean I didn't have a home. It just meant that home was wherever my mother and I happened to be.
What about people who are alone? There's plenty of like lone travelers.
well, the second part that all creatures need is a sense of wonder. If you have both of those things, that is truly an enlightened existence. A sense of home and a sense of wonder. My invention hopes that one's home can also be a place through which they find wonder, and to show that these are not mutually exclusive terms, and that the practice of caring for your family, your community, your home, is not something that should compete with your sense of wonder.
Okay.
I suppose this is one of those we have to see it to understand it sort of things.
Well, I'm told by my marketing people that I shouldn't reveal everything prior to the show, so to speak, but I find that ineffectual at best. What I have created in several steps, this one being the most prolific, the ability to bring that sense of wonder to any location, or bring any location to a sense of wonder. Are you familiar with the idea of interplanar travel, perhaps?
Vividly.
Good. Do you have questions already? We haven't gotten to the
DM
complicated
question.
part.
DM question.
Yes, please go
Can I-
ahead.
Look on her person. Is she wearing a timepiece necklace?
You look around her neck, and she is wearing a necklace that looks eerily familiar to the last timepieces that you remember.
But she doesn't have a beard.
She doesn't have a beard! What the fuck? Somebody lied to me. Okay. I'm
She
not saying
could-
that out loud.
She could have made them and somebody could have sold them.
Like Trelmard?
Does have a beard.
She just sort of looks over at you, takes another big swig of wine. So, I find that so many are anchored to their homes through various toil or obligation that they lose their sense of wonder, and in doing so lose their capacity to live a meaningful existence. I want to bring that back to them.
Do you believe in a person's right to choose?
Choose what?
Just choose
What?
anything. Or are you about like forcefully bringing something upon people? Choice or force?
I am a purveyor of marvels, meaning I need compensation for that which I do. It's hard to force people to give you compensation. I think people, I suppose, in this line of questioning, need to be willing. Or even better, want to be willing. There's a difference. If you believe that you're buying something that is truly good for you, then hopefully it is as well. And I hope that anything I sell to the world, so to speak, is that. Something that people deeply desire, that can help them, that can make their lives better, and for that they're willing to pay.
How do you know this invention of yours works?
Rigorous testing.
Uh-huh. How long have you been in the Empire?
I've been here all but maybe a month.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been working on this project?
The prototype debuted about 5 years ago.
Oh, 5 years ago. Mm-hmm. When you met Charles Martin, right?
Shortly after. It was perhaps what piqued his interest and patronage in my work. It was much smaller at the time. Perhaps a mere trinket at that time, but you know, ideas will grow.
So did you purposely sell those timepieces and intend for us to get them? Or was that just a happy mistake?
What timepieces?
Like the one you're wearing.
Oh, this was a gift from Trelmarn.
So he purposely sold the pieces, and he is the one who purposely got us to buy them.
Kadia,
What?
you're warping what happened.
I'm not warping. I'm not warping.
I feel as though I'm missing connections here.
I mean, to be fair, I'm just kind of, as is often the case, I am taking a wild swing at what Kadia is thinking, because her mind moves in ways unprecedented. However, we were actually in possession of a set of those as well. And I gesture. Got caught in a little bit of an unfortunate time loop.
Your experimenting has damaged other people's lives. Something that they did not wish for.
Kitty, I do not think that we know what she has experimented with at this stage.
I think she
we literally
does.
have no idea what's going on.
You're just saying words.
No,
Somebody's
I'm
going.
not.
Somebody's gonna go over that cliff.
The griffin?
What are you talking about, the griffin?
Said someone's going over the cliff.
Yeah, inevitably, you're gonna tackle somebody over the cliff.
I'm not tackling anyone. I'm using my words today.
Maybe.
And I'm very upset because some
Clearly.
people... Yes, I'm very upset because some people's lives have been damaged and they cannot be undone. And, well, they could... I don't know if they could be undone.
Kitty, what is it you believe she has done?
Well, her experimenting on her project has led other people to
Okay,
go
well-
into the shatter.
What?
Do you not remember the couple? The young boy. There's
We
children! Children!
It is
don't-
possible that
we
there is
do-
connection, but we do not know for sure. We do not know what her project is. Her project might be making mechanical ducks that all quack along in happy little song. You have no idea what project is. She has not shown us what project is, so I think she should show us what project is if you're going
She
to
said
get
it was a trinket at first, and now it's something bigger. Something
Okay.
that can bring wonder and home and smash them together in mass. That's what.
Okay, well, unfortunately, I think we've reached a point where perhaps we need to just lay our cards out on the table.
I think I already have.
Yes, you
I'm
have.
very
That's why,
upset.
except that you've done it in a way that's just made everything much more confusing.
We're playing poker, but she's playing like fucking Uno or some shit.
Drat you, motherfucker!
It's like reverse. This is like
Changing the color.
Do you have a motive? Go for it.
why don't we all sit down? And I gesture towards the table.
I cannot sit right now.
Why don't the rest of us sit down?
Fair enough. There's only like a little like park bench and a small like end table, so it's not like a table to sit around.
Oh, okay.
Do you think? Hang on. Do you think from up where we are, that we can I can start to hear things get a little heated? Okay. I say to Chelmer, I'm gonna take this down there.
He's sort of like wiping off his hands. Yes, I'll join you momentarily. I think it's best to keep Katia away from the edge, perhaps.
Oh, we're
You
over
know, honestly, Chelmer, I think that's my life's mission right now, and I'm not doing so hot at it. So, curtsy, and I go down. I do want to talk about that tree at some point, and then go down with the charcuterie board.
You do God's work.
I am going to lay out kind of the abridged version of what has happened to us, leaving out the Vashem Varu, leaving out danger, but like this just like the kind of bare factors is that we got these timepieces as recompense for something that we did on orders from Aureus and Bremeraldi. And then like we got stuck, like we died all of these times and it kept spitting us back out in this time loop. And then we started discovering that it had changed our perceptions of the way that we were kind of able to view the world, and that we also discovered that there were people who seemed to have slipped kind of out of sync with the material plane that seemed to also be affected to all of this. And especially when I'm like explaining like how we found out about the people who were disappearing and how it seemed to be connected to like residuum and that sort of thing. I want to watch her very carefully during that and see how she reacts to that information.
Okay. As you tell the story, you can tell that once you sort of start getting into any discussion of kind of like the details of sort of like the residuum based things and how you've kind of seen that and perceive the world in different ways, you can tell that her interest peaks in that, and that she, for the first time in the conversation, begins to give you sort of a concerted, focused attention that doesn't just seem like she's listening in a sort of, polite way. She kind of nods, listening, going through. Fascinating. Your story is unique to my ears.
So in your experimentations with this invention, has there been anything that could have... We never really found an explanation for why these people were dropping out of sync with the material plane. Is there anything that you've seen that is similar to that, or anything in these experimentations that perhaps inadvertently could have caused it? I mean, I don't want to accuse you of anything. It's just you're the first person that we've met who has any practical experience with creation of this manner.
Well, to begin, I suppose, my machine is powered from an invisible source of metaphysical energy, much like what you describe, that is found in concentration, typically in large groups of people. And the more unified the emotion in a group, the stronger the energy, I've observed. And with that, the potential to use it greatly increases. Perhaps what you can see is a manifestation of this phenomenon which I have harnessed. As far as unintended outcomes, in Colathune, the festival that I first debuted the prototype, there was, I was a side attraction for the local celebration, and not much more than a vendor with my own kiosk amidst the sea of other vendors. And the atmosphere there was filled with people who were joyous and high energy, which was just what I needed. and packed the plaza. And when I thought finally to activate and demonstrate that which I had created, something unexpected had happened, something unthinkable. There was tremendous tragedy. There were many contented souls that in an instant were gone. I don't know if it was the Ori or another cause, but I have to this day held myself to blame in some way, though I cannot explain how the event and my creation are connected. And I mean, had it not been for Trelmarn's encouragement, those dark times immediately following it, but I would have quit after those moments and gone back to Lenore and repaired windmills, I guess, for the rest of my days. I don't know exactly what causes what you've described, but there is much still to learn about the ability to manipulate these boundaries between our existence and those beyond.
So you've experimented with, what'd you call it, the Ori?
The Ori.
How do you spell that?
Orrery.
You've experimented with it since, and there hasn't been any other calamities?
I've done numerous experiments, very carefully, very controlled and isolated, and never seen anything that resembled that which I saw in the plaza that day.
How did you two escape?
Escape.
I mean, it was a pretty big explosion from what I'm aware of. How did you get out if you were right there in the middle of it? Both of you.
I honestly do not know. Not everyone was struck. Perhaps blind luck, perhaps some sort of structure gave me shelter from whatever it was that happened. I don't know. Perhaps enough of whatever energy was released was influenced or pocketed by my device. Perhaps I was standing in the eye of the storm. Perhaps there's some divine being looking out for me. Perhaps the sheer chaos of the universe has just allowed me to continue to survive.
Can I press the dissertation like right beside her? It might scare her, but I don't care. I'm doing it.
What are you prestidigitating?
I don't know, some dirt or something by where she's sitting. It's clean. I'm trying to see what happens with the residuum around her.
Okay. You cast prestidigitation and make some dirty the area around which she is sitting. Just sort of looks down. The residuum just sort of cascades down off of it, much like you might expect.
It's not repelled like it is with Chalmers.
Doesn't appear to be.
Can I make a general insight check on her throughout this entire conversation?
General insight.
Vibe check.
Sure. What are you trying to generally insight?
I guess I'm just trying to get a clear read on her, like, emotional state, like how she feels about the things that she's talking about. Is there any sense of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Shaboogle.
Any sense of like, performativism, performance to how she's acting? Does it seem fake? Does it seem like she's expressing genuine emotions? What are those emotions that she's expressing?
Make an insight check.
Roll to vibe. 21.
All right. In listening to her talk, she's clearly somebody who's very highly intelligent. You get a sense that there's not actually really a layer of sort of charismatic facade that she hides behind. Everything comes at you fairly unfiltered in it. So her reactions of a little bit of dismay and remorse and all of that come from a very pure place, it seems, in that you don't think that you're seeing any or sort of gathering any of the things that she tells you from through the barrier of any sort of like filter. So everything you're getting from her seems very raw and honest.
Where did you get that watch?
As I said, it was a gift from Trollmine.
That's right. And when did he give it to you?
When I arrived in Vesular, perhaps a month ago, a little less.
Did you know that it was a set?
He gave me one. I wouldn't require more than one anyway.
Just curious if you knew it was a set.
I didn't inquire.
All right, well, I'll wait for him to come out and ask them these questions myself.
The doors open and Trollmarn begins to walk back down with a bottle of wine in one hand and what appears to be sort of a large kind of loaf of bread and a bread knife just sort of like, held in his hand on the other hand, walking back down. I see we're all getting well acquainted. Please do help yourself. I'm sorry there's not a fine dinner or anything, but learned that usually wine and whatever you find to eat is good enough.
Just say, I find it a little refreshing that someone with a house like this lives with little pretense.
Pretense takes time and effort. Don't have much of either.
That's because you're playing a different sort of game. Now,
We
what
need
sort of
more
game
wine.
Please do humor us with your conjecture and stories, Katia.
It's not stories. It will be a story, but it's not a story. You're suspicious.
He just sort of sits down on the steps and kind of pulls out the already opened cork and takes a swig of the bottle and steps down in the steps next to him. Do go on.
Did you bring us here together on purpose?
I invited all of you here. Yes, it was very much a calculated decision on my part and part of the way invitations work.
Well, I did not see that invitation, okay? I did not get an invitation. I came up here to snoop on you because there is something untrustworthy about you. And now I have just uncovered the fact that she's got that 6th timepiece, the one that you sold to the clockmaker, that you tried to sell to Estrella. We got them. Was that on purpose? What's the plan here? Why do you want her to continue to work on this invention of hers? When you know things happen that are bad.
I mean,
Actually, nobody knows that.
bad
They
things.
know.
Bad things happen all the time.
We don't know.
And if you
We
were
do know.
the
We
next
don't.
owners of the
What happened to Cold Food?
the watches I sold, then that much more fortuitous nature of the universe to you. I did not give them to you. I sold them for money. They were no longer needed. I needed some liquid assets as I was new in the area.
Not good enough answer. I don't believe you.
Well, I don't know what to say.
It's a bit suspicious. I mean, the very first project that brought us all together led us to the clockmaker. The clockmaker that you sold these mysterious timepieces to, the timepieces that led us to Residuum. Residuum that you repel. Why do you repel Residuum? Is it because you were in that explosion? Can't be, because she was in the explosion too, and she doesn't repel Residuum.
What is residuum?
Oh, don't act like you don't know.
I'm gonna turn to Alcerian, who I'm still standing next to, and just go, setting aside everything, I just gesture at everything that's going on over there. Let's presume for a moment that I'm an idiot. Which
She
I think you're
nods.
probably, yeah, you're already there with me. Great. So, like I said, presuming that I'm an idiot, can you explain how exactly this invention works, the Ori?
Not to an idiot, no.
Presume I'm slightly above an idiot.
Well, things require energy. This metaphysical energy that manifests as a group dynamic from individuals is cultivated and then put to use to connect our world with, as I like to call it, a sense of wonder.
And what
Okay.
about the people who get stuck in between?
Okay, hold on, Katie.
What do you
hold
think
on.
about that?
Hold on. Let me follow this train of thought for just a
I
second.
used my mage hand to take Kadia and make her sit down.
So,
I stand back
It
up.
only
You
takes
see- you
5
see-
foot of pressure.
um,
Now look at
you
you,
see-
help me.
You say it connects people to a sense of wonder. In a more concrete sense, what does that mean?
Well, imagine all of us standing here, but not gazing up at the sunset, but instead looking out from the mountaintop of Celestia across plains of angels. Would that not be a wondrous sight?
It would. Would you say that perhaps what you are doing may be weakening, or at least temporarily, like weakening the walls between planes, or thinning them, or perhaps opening them briefly?
By all means, moving and manipulating them. That's the intent of the device. The orrery connects all things. Why should your home not be a place of wonder?
Because when you open the door to let people go to other places, people from other places are also coming in. What you're doing is not wondrous. It is dangerous and bad.
I think wondrous and dangerous can be the same thing sometimes. I think though there is wonder, there is also danger of, opening doors to unwanted things, be it an unintended plane or a visitor from these planes we do not wish.
It sounds to me like your time with Philip Reese has rubbed off on you, that those amongst the world should be content with their place and bereft of a sense of wonder.
I think that you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
I think he is fair enough, considering his own personal input in the situation, to stick his nose in.
What, because he paid for it?
Well, we are literally at my
But-
house.
Yes, we are at his house.
I think that I think that you created something beautiful that may have had unintended consequences.
And you cannot use it in the ceremony. Period.
Okay, hold on.
Kadia,
Kadia.
please, you are like diplomat.
We're at 100, Kadia. Let's bring it on down to 25.
But this is a 125% situation that needs to be dealt with.
Play the triangle.
Not the triangle.
I do think that people should have access to magic and wonder. But the consequences of some items might not be totally well thought out. For example, I wouldn't give anybody just a necklace of fireballs. But I might give them access to, like druidcraft or something like that and whatnot.
I don't intend to give this capability or this machine to anyone.
Ah, for profit. So you want to make money. Mm-hmm.
I've made more money than I can spend in my lifetime.
Then why'd you have to sell those timepieces? You're not making sense.
Oh, that's
oh
fair.
my god.
I didn't sell the timepiece. It was a gift to me.
Then you sold the gift. Who gave them to you?
Trellmarn gave me the timepiece for the third time.
No.
Oh, sorry,
not
I got
you.
my voice. I think the voice.
Oh,
I think the
okay.
voice got transposed.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah. I think that other planes might be coming here and might do us harm
Well,
because of a thinning of barriers.
the other planes have been coming to the material plane for as long as I know, as long as I can understand. It's not a new thing.
When you say it connects all things, do you mean that it is a total dissolution of barriers?
Much more controlled than that. It's not immersing in the ocean. It's not falling from this balcony and being submerged. It's my machine lowering a bucket and bringing that bucket to you.
And passing through the air both ways.
That's the function of the machine.
And you don't see a problem with this.
Well, when I see problems, I fix them. That's how we've gotten to the final working version. Of course, there were problems along the way, but as with anything you invent, I mean...
Did you use this machine here in the city at night? Or any time of day?
Machine's never been to Vesular, just arrived 2 days ago.
Insight.
Assembly starts tomorrow for the festival. You can insight if you would like.
Yes. $23.
You don't detect any sort of misleadingness to what she's saying. She does seem annoyed. And
why?
You can tell that her attitude kind of towards you is one of a mother towards an ungrateful child.
Just tell me the truth, mother.
Weird vibe. Just really weird vibe right there.
I did not say that out loud. That's what I'm thinking. Can we just be honest with each other, like, right now? Trellmarn.
I'll answer any question you want to know, honestly, please.
Why is it that you have funded this project even after the explosion in Colothune? When you saw what happened, why did you push her to continue to make this? After you have already destroyed almost 200 people's lives, lost instantly, and you still want her to make this machine and use it here in this festival?
I have destroyed no lives.
That's
Being-
right, but you have funded the destruction of lives.
This work that Alcirian is doing, there's no proof that it caused whatever calamity that happened there. And though I have looked into it myself, it is still unclear. However, there is another individual. Perhaps you should redirect your ire instead of your admiration towards. Velabreeze was also there.
Admire her.
Leave
You're
me.
wrong.
We are.
That is partly why we're here.
We are not unaware of Velabreeze.
And what are you going to do about it?
We are going to decide right here and right now who's telling truth, who's not.
Okay, we're maybe not going to do that. I will stand up and walk over, like, right next to him and look down at him. He's still sitting on the stairs, right? What makes you so certain that it was not this machine?
There is not a fiber of malice, of intent in Alcirian's soul. All that which she has done, all that which she accomplishes, is based upon wanting to bring a sense of home and wonder to the world. I believe this more thoroughly than I believe just about anything in this world.
And
Do
I
you
agree
believe-
with you.
Do you believe that there is malice in Kedia?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
Hideous-
hold on. Growth
Oh.
code not helpful.
The
Look,
point I was going to make is that I don't think that there's malice in Kedia. I think that there is, a desire for truth and, a desire to, better everything that sometimes it goes off in directions that perhaps is not wanted. So, in same way that she is searching for wonder, sometimes people can be blinded to the dangers of searching for wonder. Wonder is not.
Cadia does not search for wonder through my observations.
No, she does. She does not.
She
I
searches,
am a wonder.
She searches for guilt. She searches to find those who have done wrong, such that it can placate her sense of being correct. If there is not something that she can target, her self-worth hinges upon it and dwindles.
All right, I know what I think of you now. I'm not going to say it out loud, but it is not going to.
You don't, babe, you don't need to.
You claimed you wanted honesty, and yet here you are shirking away from it.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong about everything. You're just wrong, wrong, wrong.
I've been wrong many times before, but
And
my
you
mind
don't
only
care the
changes if something can prove that. So if you wish to alter your perception in my mind, please do go ahead. And
I don't care how you perceive me.
So, okay. So,
It's your choice.
one of the times that we met up with you, I believe Gruthkold mentioned the name of Visham Varu in front of you.
I do recall.
And I also recall you looking slightly uncomfortable with the mention of that name. Or those words. Would you care to tell me why? I bore my eyes into the windows of his soul. No. But I am looking pretty intently and honestly, and I physically distanced myself from Cadia.
I did lie to you in those moments, but for your own protection. I know of this creature which you describe. I've heard tales of what it can do to places that people call home. I don't wish you to cross paths with it, as I fear that you would not be able to come out on the other side.
Brilliant. Well, if we don't do something about it in the next 2 weeks, probably this entire city is going to be destroyed. So I think that our choices in terms of getting involved with it or not getting involved with it, that's been taken away from us.
So it sounds as though you need to be put side by side with the world's foremost expert in manipulation of metaphysical forces.
I think
Perhaps we do.
this force is already in the city. Yes?
In the dark, the shadows rise.
That's a funny line coming from you.
Katia!
I'm sorry. It's just you listen to Velo's first performance. That's kind of iffy. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. You two friends or something? You were both there in Colothune.
I've been
Katia?
many places at the same time as many people. None of them are my friends.
Katia, you were at both songs of Velabris. Are you to blame?
No, I'm talking about in Colothune. He and Velo were in Colothune together, and now they're here in Vestular together.
Do you think Velabris played only those songs, and that she played nothing else before that point?
I have no idea. I just meant the lines. Like,
So you only know about what you know about, and you are throwing
Okay.
accusations around. So you must
I will
take a
remind
moment to rewind, pull self back, and play triangle and brain.
you. All right.
Alright,
Hold
you
on
must-
a second
you
before we
must
triangle.
No,
Nope,
no, no.
before we triangle.
You must triangle.
Let me just repeat Velo
Okay.
Breeze's
Go
first
ahead.
performance, and now
Go
compare
ahead.
it to what he just said. Wake to our reveal. Breath of joy, scenes contentment. To be without your light, the darkness comes. Without your light, the darkness comes. Now, what is it that you just said, Shamarn? You want to repeat that?
The darkness upon the city.
That's not what you said. But
In the darkness,
suspect.
shadows rise, is what he said. So the line has two words that are similar. Okay. So anybody at any point who says the word darkness is suspect. You play triangle and brain.
You are suspicious.
Suspicious or not, do you believe there's a real danger to your city?
Yes.
Do you believe this person here can potentially help you?
I don't know. She wants to release wonder into our home.
God
It's very
forbid
mu-
we all get a little bit of wonder.
Okay. Look, we understand you wish to use your machine and you want wonder for everybody. But you also accept there's possibility that your machine could be used for malicious intent. Yes.
She sort of doesn't nod, but gives you a little bit of like a side sort of acknowledgement of your comment.
Okay.
There's
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think my machine can be misused, as I don't think there are others capable of using my machine, if that makes sense. I think it opens up the possibility for other things to happen. It now contains and draws in a tremendous amount of this metaphysical energy. That energy is the potential source for anything that knows how to tap into it, and will be
no.
prominently on display. No one can manipulate the machine aside from me.
Oh no.
Okay, so do you understand that perhaps the effects of the machine can be used negatively in such a way that might get a lot of people hurt?
If you care to elaborate, I can conjecture upon the likelihood and risk of severity of whatever failure mode you've derived from this.
Exact details I do not think we are certain of at this point.
I mean, any amount of power or energy is potentially dangerous if it's manifested. Is not hoisting a boulder up a hill dangerous, as the boulder could come tumbling down and crush somebody below? Is not a wizard filled with ability to channel forces which they barely understand also dangerous?
Yes, it is dangerous. Which is why that when you do these things, you must take the necessary precautions and put the thought ahead of time into what these things might affect, so you do not, hurt those around you. You know, like, say that you are in a fight and you have the ability to throw a giant ball of fire, but, you know, your brave gnome paladin is there fighting in the front. You must think, is it worth to hit bad guy with fireball even though good guy is there? Is doing this one good thing, you know, make up for the bad you do as well? You must juggle these things in brain.
I agree. There's balancing contextualization to any action, which is rooted, I suppose, in one's moralistic temperament. I am told that you are the caretakers of the festival. It seems that this falls squarely in your purview, and I can help however I can, but I cannot simply abandon my work and leave the city.
No, I would not ask that of you. That is what perhaps Katie would ask, but I think, you know, you should be allowed to pursue what you are doing. I just ask that you work with us and help us to deal with the potential threats that come from you know, using your machine. I think that is
The more I
very
know
reasonable.
about whatever these potential threats are, the more I can help you.
Okay. Then perhaps we
This-
share information.
At this point, Trollmern kind of stands up. Well, I, for one, can point you at a definite potential threat. The voice of the festival, perhaps? I mean, you've
Yeah,
all been close enough to her now to realize that there is much more below the surface. Very insidious. And I need to know that there's something, or perhaps I am backing the wrong horse here, so to speak.
None of us are on the side of Velapris. We are on the side of the city's people. Which unfortunately comes with its own set of disagreements about what exactly is best for them, which I believe is pretty par for the course for everything. But if you're concerned that we're going to turn around and be on her side, I don't think any of us trust her.
Well, this distrust didn't stop you from accepting her work.
It's before we knew what she really was.
And if she
Called working both sides.
calls for your help again, if the people call for you to help her,
If the people, the people.
the people love her.
Yeah, well, we're gonna turn that around, aren't we?
Are you?
We're gonna-
Yeah. Hello. If you can prove to me that you are not the one that has done this, that you are not working with her, because it's really weird that you both end up in the same fucking places all the time. Excuse my language, but it's so fucking weird. And I need proof.
Eddie, how do you wish for him to prove a negative?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
I have a griffin.
That proves nothing. That's actually more suspicious. Why do you have a griffin?
I think your griffin is pretty cool.
I think it's pretty fucking awesome, to be honest.
I really want to go.
I would love to talk to you about the griffin later on.
Can I talk to your griffin later?
Just don't put your hand near its beak. Or do that thing where you turn into animals and turn into a horse. It very much likes horses.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Well noted. She has a tremendous sway over the people that I've never seen before. I, of course, being very wise, did not fall trap to that dancing and swaying. I don't know why I said it like that. That was really weird.
Barely hear you, Cookie.
I mumbled the last part. That's okay.
Oh, okay, I was like,
Yeah,
is
it's
it
alright.
getting worse. I think?
have we said, hang on, player question. Have we said in this conversation she is Vashemveru?
No.
Okay. We've seen her absorb residuum. She wants more of it in the city. Because she is Vashemveru.
But I can't make out the part about her regulations. I don't understand.
The regulations on the people do create a very convenient way to cut down on people's ability to protect themselves. Which is in her best interest. If she is Vashemveru, less of a resistance is more convenient.
Do you think that she knows that you are going to be Alcerian? Do you think that she knows that if she knows you're part of the festival and you are going to be creating a lot of residuum, that she's aligning herself here at this time because of that?
I don't know her, but that seems logical.
Oh my god, I finally did it. I said something logical.
Congratulations.
It doesn't happen that often.
I high five Zillion.
I'm not a book learner. So she might have seen, I don't know how you, again, were together at Colathune, but if she knows what you can do, she could have been tracking you here.
Or did
The
she
festival.
hire you? Were you hired by her? How did you come into getting the position of running something major in this city? Was it him? You? Tremarn?
I admit that Trelmarn likely had a hand in it, but my renown was noticed. Anyone can attend a festival if you are to be the inventor of note, the showcase that is invited. You have to have a history of things that people feel were interesting, exciting. I just finished my invention and work with the lightning collectors in Osvaria, which perhaps captivates a sense of wonder amongst those who would perhaps reach out to harness that which they think was perhaps formerly beyond their control.
So, who noticed you exactly? Like, who was like, hey, be the main event of this year's festival?
I do not know. Trelmarn relayed the invitations.
You're big on invitations. It's so funny, too, that you, like, sent out invitations and didn't have any food. Like, that's so weird.
There's food, Kadia!
I mean, but this is, like, house food. It's not,
Kadia,
like...
we need to talk about the impacts of socioeconomics on different people, and not everybody can live to your standards.
Well, he clearly can. He's got a bunch of damn ass birds.
Kadia.
Ah, yes! That great symbol of wealth!
Well, I may have swayed some ears with tales of the potential and the remarkable deeds my friend has accomplished, and it's more than enough. Inventors are few and far between. Ones that can deliver on their promises are an even more rare breed.
Exactly.
Yes.
The griffin seems displeased.
So,
Oh, question. Sorry. Either of you can go invisible? Yes? No?
Alzarian sort of looks at you. No, I wouldn't stoop to using magic in that way.
Jamarn?
He looks down. Don't think I've ever been invisible, aside to perhaps the eyes of a wealthy, lovely lady at the far end of a event hall, but alas, we can bemoan our circumstances and failed conquests another time.
Or we could skip that.
Yeah, let's skip it. Okay. All right. Hold on. You just give me about 5 minutes. I'll think about it.
Well, Cadia's doing that.
Hey, everybody, we have 5 minutes to clear up this conversation and get out before she begins again.
Oh man, I had a question, but it was like 5 outbursts ago and it's just gone.
Well, it's clear that all of our suspicions are in line, and that there's a risk to Alcerian's work and to the safety of our fair citizens here in Vesular. Alcerian, would you excuse us for a moment? She just sort of nods and scampers up and out of the way. Oh, not you.
I miss
Scamper,
playing
scamper.
a halfling or a dwarf.
I like how all halflings scamper. You never say that a half-orc scampers, would you?
I actually say skitter and scamper pretty much universally for almost everything. As she kind of walks and Trellmarn sort of walks by all of you and kind of stands out by the edge, looking out for a moment.
I won't stop, Cadia.
And then
I was
kind
about
of
to take a step.
turns back towards all of you. Saren needs to preserve a level of naivety and innocence in all of this. But you and I know there's real danger here. Real danger requires decisive action. Sounds to me like you are all at least cognizant of the dangers. No?
Very much so.
Are you willing to act on this?
Yes.
I will pay
What?
you 10,000 gold for the life of Velabris.
To be clear, what is it you're asking? To kill her?
Yes.
Or to say, okay.
With proof she is dead. You are those with most trusted and close access to her. It should be easy enough for you to have the opportunity. You'll be protecting the city. And with Alcerian's innovative mind and my resources, we can perhaps make it seem like an accident.
I must ask you, you live in such a big house, why do you have no servants? This might seem a bit of non sequitur, but
I find...
Briscoe can do that too.
well, it is all part and parcel.
I find servants unnecessary.
Because they'll know what you're up to.
I kick Katie in the shins.
It's true, Ziliana. That's why he doesn't want servants around. He doesn't want people snooping around. He
I
locks
kick-
all the
I
doors
kick-
in the house.
Well, it is our intention to do this. I look at Bria, looking for some kind of backup. I look at Doran, looking for some kind of backup. I receive nothing. Okay, we'll do it.
Wait a sec. Hold
Okay,
on.
hold on.
Hold your horses.
Well, you can't say hold on after I look to you. I say like, please help me, and then afterwards, no, you make a decision.
It was. Griscoll, you can't just interpret an eyebrow raise as, yes, we're now available for hire as assassins.
Not assassins, protectors.
That's just rewording something.
Semantics.
Mm-mm.
Well, to be honest, wasn't this our end goal anyway?
We don't know.
Because, hang on, if we don't do this, someone from another plane is just going to do it and do us just as much harm as she would have done. So why wouldn't we take her out right now?
We wanted proof, remember? Proof. And
we
now,
can get it on our way to...
But he's just like, hey, here's 10,000, whatever you just said. Kill her. You haven't provided me proof.
Proof of what?
That you're not part of the problem.
And how can I provide this proof to you?
I don't know.
Well, we're at an impasse. And from what it sounds like, we're running out of time.
Why does she have to remain innocent?
Because there's no sense in involving her in something like this. She has a lot of promise in the world and needs an untainted reputation.
And also when somebody has this sort of technical know-how that she seems to have, and the way that she applies it is to make something that brings people a sense of community and wonder. That's not really somebody who I particularly want to soak in blood.
I just give the biggest eye roll to that ever.
Look, I speak for nobody but myself right now, but I need a moment to consider this. I can't make a decision right now. Yes, maybe it's what we have to do, but my heart rebels at the idea of taking money to take another person's life, to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Oh, that part I don't like either, even though I could really use it. But my point is that I think we were going to do something like this anyway. And we don't have to take the money.
The money is a stopping point. It is no strain on me for this to
Although,
happen.
like 100 gold
without...
per diem would be great.
Assassin per diem!
Just to get me out of that debt. Like, I just need 100 gold, man. Just out of that debt, clean and free.
Assassin per diem.
I'm kidding, I don't need that.
Well, this matter requires a decision. Let us say that I will adjourn for the moment to let all of you gather your thoughts. And he sort of looks out kind of across the now sort of orange and purple washed ocean from the sunset. By the time the sun sets, we will have a decision.
You know, sunsets are funny. They're actually much more brilliant than sunrises. Because, like, the air is heavier, and I feel like they carry, like, the weight of the day. And this feels pretty heavy, and that's gorgeous. So, yeah.
Without the light, the shadows will run.
It's so funny that you... Okay.
Yes, but Katie, we know that he's all about the fire and the shadow and the light imagery. We already knew this.
So, talk amongst yourselves. I will await your decision. And he sort of slowly turns. Enjoy the food and the wine and all of that. And walks up the stairs into the house. And for the first time, shuts the doors.
Doran.
Yes, Doran, you've been very quiet throughout all of this.
Just taking it all in. I also didn't sleep very well. Irrelevant, but still plays a part. I suppose I have to advise that we decline this offer. Identifying Vela Breeze as a Vesham Veru has been so far completely hearsay. We have third-person accounts or whatever about it. The person from Sigil is willing to kill for that. If we're also willing to take and kill for that, then we are no better than someone who doesn't care for the lives of the innocent destroyed in the process. And, oh, by the way, what if we're wrong? I know that the praetor at the school is concerned about what's happening and is taking steps toward ensuring both the safety and the political landscape don't become so unstable it just destroys everything by itself, let alone these overt threats. And certainly Velabris is not the good guy. But given the situation, it's still technically unproven. And oh, by the way, extending that even further, what if there were a Veshamburu that wasn't evil? Are we destroying something based on its self? Now, I don't believe that Velabris isn't a Veshamburu. I do believe she is one, but it's simply hypothesis right now. And what we have to do and what we have to do regarding her is more about saving the city and fulfilling our duties as citizens of the Empire. It has nothing to do with this reward that this morally bankrupt Trelmarn wants to give us. Keeping people innocent because they have to blah, 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 blah. That's foisting his own set of what is good and evil upon things. And I don't adhere to that. Giving people who are untrained with fire, matches, or torches is also irresponsible from my point of view. So I do not necessarily consider Trelmarn an ally in this. And I don't know if he's not part of the problem. But again, proof. We have no proof. He does have a griffin. It's a little bit of proof, not much. I don't like it. I don't like any of it.
Personally, I refuse to sell my sword.
Yes, then that is the correct answer. You do not sell your sword, even if we were, as Ziliana says, we were going to do it anyway. We still do not accept payment for such. That would be like trying to bribe a guard to do his job. Why would you need to?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think, that part was a little icky and weird. Even though...
Now, if it comes down to it, what's at stake are lives. If lives are in danger, we will act accordingly. It has nothing to do with the cash behind any promise.
Oh, yeah.
So that's where I stand on it. I'd also necessarily like to bottle her rather than kill her. Or the study.
Well,
can you put a person in a bottle?
Well, I mean pieces, yes, but a very big bottle, I suppose.
That'd be a big bottle.
So,
bottles aside,
I'm also very concerned about Lycia bringing the wrath of Sigil to Vesular.
Yes, that's absolutely unconscionable. Vesular's power aside, we do not just accept things because of something stronger than us forces it upon us, do we? Do we become slaves out of fear? I would rather actually lose than submit, personally. Well, that's a personal moral choice. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but it doesn't sit well with me. I also thought we talked a little bit about how to maybe avoid that. Since they're so cold and calculating, possibly removing a Veshambru's ability to move through planes as a way to remove the sigil threat. Of course, if they're just spiteful, then it won't matter whatsoever.
Part of the problem with binding her here, though, or the Veshamburu, is that it does take care of part of that, but it would still could eat through this plane.
Correct, correct. And if that is the intention, then that is the bigger threat. I don't disagree. It's just,
Yeah.
can we establish intention? Are we capable? Can we read thoughts? I heard of a hat I need.
Okay, question. When they're explaining the machine, whatever it's called, she said that other things that know how to manipulate I have to think about this.
Well,
I'm very confused about this.
As we all take a moment to think through perhaps the most important decision of this campaign, let us adjourn for 5 minutes and take our break. We will return with the party's decision as the sun sets upon Vesular for the last time. Or maybe not. Maybe there's another time. We don't know. I can never assume that there's going to be another day in this campaign. But we will return after break in 5 minutes. And if you have
Hopefully
any
with
thoughts or insights as to what the party should do, feel free to share your beliefs and your conjectures and plot as they seem emotionally and spiritually adrift at the moment.
That should just be the name of our next campaign, Emotionally and Spiritually Adrift. Yeah.
It can be a ocean-going campaign.
Yeah.
All right. See you back in 5. Well, we have returned
Well,
after
okay.
much an existential quandary, as you find yourself still debating as the sun slowly sets for a non-infinite amount of time.
Okay, well, it's still setting, and we still haven't come to a decision.
Still
Hold on.
setting. What would you like to do?
Out of this is not character moment. Okay, the one thing we know about the Vesham Brew, which I'm not 100% on, is that the Vesham Brew made the Oculus.
Do we know that?
It is what I have read.
Hold on. Where is the conversation with the large blue AI?
Just quick aside.
It's called Deep Blue.
Ziliana wants. She looks up at this statue and is curious about it, and would like to take it and see if it looks familiar, if this is symbology she's seen in Vesular in her time.
It's a statue of Supervesh. It's one of the.
Oh, okay. It's one of the minor Varus.
Make a history check for me.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I can do this. Oh, I got a 0, y'all.
Ooh, statues. I've heard of those.
Yeah. It looks like she has some mums growing out of that urn.
The statue is definitively the maiden and is definitely one of the 3 icons of Istis.
But just what? All right, Roswell in my brain is flipping out because there's only one of them. Zillion is just like, no, that's the maiden.
There is only... Ziliana knows that you only need one to properly represent Istis, and that's what you've come for. This is definitely a shrine to Istis.
I hate to bring this up.
He likes Istis. Did you know that?
Didn't the architect's house also only have the maiden? Am I making that up?
No, you're not making that up.
The architect. The center of all conspiracy theories. The architect. For
Also,
those who-
just mixing it up from the Matrix.
And wasn't the architect's house also in Vesular?
No.
I think the architect was in Chora.
Yeah, Taurus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess we were at your
The summer home.
No, we were when I got kidnapped by the bird, we were at your
The bird?
the bird. That was the lead up to the architect.
No, and we're surrounded by fucking
My bird. Oh my god, it all connects.
Marius died from a bird demon.
It's
Yeah.
true.
He did. And there's an NPC from Maslin here.
So, what would you all like to do?
So, how do we prove who's telling the truth? Because they're so vague with their answers.
We don't.
Actually, I haven't asked a very specific question.
We don't
So-
have the sufficient tools to prove anything right now. So we shouldn't commit to anything right now.
I mean, I don't think he's gonna accept that as an answer.
Well, we came to this manor because we didn't have conclusive. And now we're stuck in trying to make a deal with the Griffin guy. I'm not sure I like it. I don't like it.
I'm not agreeing to it.
So let's just decline and go on our way. Or, you know, face the
Like
repercussions.
subtle measuring. kind of measuring.
So, as the sun lowers and lowers until it's just a fleck of light, fading, casting long shadows from the statue across the entire overlook, until only the light from the blazers, or the braziers,
The Blazers.
the blazing
They do that too.
braziers, lingers on. Trollmarn comes back out. It's been maybe about half an hour as he's left you to your own devices. And comes back out, walking down the stairs, and sort of stops on the second to last kind of stoop there, and looks kind of down over all of you. Well?
We're not killing anybody without conclusive proof.
I suppose commitment to due course is reasonable for those in your line of work. I will offer only my anxiety that nothing is ever as conclusive as it needs to be. And the longer we wait, the greater the danger to so many people.
We still have a few alleys of investigation to exhaust.
Gruthkal, I couldn't help but notice that your steed was still burdened as you left them outside, so I took down whatever they were carrying and saw to feeding it.
Okay. Where did you put my belongings?
They're beside the horse.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Ziliana.
If you wanted us to do this task and maybe figured this out a few days ago, why did you make us so famous in the city that we can't do this task very secretly?
The people need to love you so that they tolerate your proximity. If the people didn't know who you were, it would be suspicious. But you've proven yourself as protectors, especially of Velabreeze herself. You're trusted now, and no matter where you fall on the issues of being able to use magic or not, they've seen you standing up against things that are clearly evil, that both sides can abhor. Makes you uniquely positioned.
I do not appreciate your manipulation.
In time you'll come to.
You've had this plan for a very long time. You know exactly what you're doing.
I would be insulted if at any point I gave you the impression that I didn't.
And what sort of accident do you want us to make this look like? You seem to know how to create accidents.
I leave that to your planning.
You disgust me, and I leave.
An even temperament is the best weapon of a hero.
We're working on it.
Some of us are working on it. But collectively, I suppose we decline unless somebody else has some words now. Well, then you'll understand if we take our leave. We're going to further our attempts to gather truth to identify all of the players and their actual roles.
I will offer this much insight to you. If I can't count on you, then I may have to take matters into my own hands. I will see how you fare in the next few days, but if it seems this is not something you are willing to do, I do strongly believe that it is the right thing to do. And my commitment to that does not end in my offer to you.
As long as you don't break the rules of the land to do so, or endanger the people of the land, or become an enemy of the state in order to achieve your what you have to goals. Good day, sir.
Good evening.
Good morning.
Good afternoon!
Yeah, Doran leaves.
I sketch a bit of a bow to him and leave as well.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I think I, curtsy and say, tend to that tree better. Might do you some good to spend some time with it.
I've done my best, but it seems nothing seems to grow here.
Then maybe nothing should live here either.
Such is life.
Curtsy, go on my way.
Growth go, I'll do it.
Hey, I look to you guys. You all sat there like, I don't know, I have no strong opinions. And then as soon as I make a decision,
We weren't saying we don't have strong appearance. We were saying we don't know how you'll answer and reflect the opinions of the group, which you didn't.
I asked for your opinions. You all sat
we
there
didn't.
in silence.
So, you all make your way out of the mansion. Katia will just assume, probably erroneously, has waited, as she didn't storm off, but a minute or two before the rest of you. Gruthkul, you do find that your horse has been fed, and you do see that the oculus itself has been removed and is kind of leaning against the tree, and it was kind of wrapped over with cloth or canvas or something you had said, and you can see that the top of it has sort of fallen a bit, exposing the edge of it.
Okay, it's fine. I will take it.
Verify that is indeed still the oculus.
Looking over it, it does appear. You can make an investigation roll if you would like to very thoroughly investigate.
Yeah, that's exactly what Doran was worried about when he said, I took the stuff off your horse. Let's see. Where'd my character sheet go? Oh, there it is. Yes. An 8.
It is exactly as you remember it.
Yes, this is exactly as I remember it. Grifkle is too heavy. Put it back on the horse.
Put it back up on the horse.
Thank you, Grifkle.
What was your horse's name again?
Dominus.
Dominus. Hey, buddy.
Really
May
good
I?
at pizza delivery.
Free extra large Oculus with the purchase of any small pizza. So, you have gathered outside the gates of Trollmarn's estate. What would you like to do?
I think we need to go talk to the blue man.
That would happen tomorrow morning if I'm not incorrect. Is that correct, Liliana?
Correct. I can help us out tomorrow. As on our way out, I'm gonna pick up a. Actually, no, I'm just gonna put it in my hand. I'm gonna do produce flame because I can't see in the dark. So as we walk and still kind of admiring everything, like in this very natural environment, you know, in the dark on our way out. I also say goodbye to some of the birds in Druidic on my way out too.
They're all like, see you later.
As you do. Pip pip.
Hang on. Oops, stuff over lip. All that good stuff. And you are able to uneventfully return to the city proper.
Acadia was very quiet. There was no usual humming or anything. No skipping. Just say no.
Everyone in the party gains inspiration from this as you finally... No, just kidding. So, is there anything else you'd like to do tonight, or would you like to adjourn till the next morning?
Katie would like to go to bed. Katie would like to go to her grandparents and go to bed.
All right. And since I'm not hearing anything else, where are you all reconvening? I assume that you're getting together again after this, or is this the end? This is the last thing you do together as a party.
Campaign's over. Yeah, I think we meet.
We'll meet in front of the stagecoach out of town.
Wasn't the sewer, this entrance to the sewers where was the closest entrance to the underwater, like the docks and stuff?
The entrance that you sort of went in is kind of down around Maudstein Square, probably about 3 or 4 blocks away from that.
Wait a minute. Do we need the keys to get in there?
I think we knocked last time.
Can we knock our way out again?
I think it just stayed open. We just need to be careful of things
We
getting
didn't-
back out.
We didn't knock that though. We used the things and they
No,
stayed
we went
open.
back a second time and knocked it.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
So we already ascertained that it stays open. We just have to be careful of things coming out of it.
Okay. I go stay at my inn, sadly without my goats. It's very lonely. Because my goats are Arcadius.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's canon.
All right.
I go back to the barracks.
Night passes, and uneventfully, no notices or anything from any of your folks, and you can reconvene in the morning.
Is that invitation at my house?
There was no invitation at your house.
Okay.
As we go back, the rest of us, is there any sign of any kind of invitation anywhere?
No mention of it.
Okay.
That's weird.
I mean, he did finish off the evening by trying to contract us to murder a woman, so...
Okay. Yeah.
I will go to the meeting place. Wait for everybody.
All right. Everyone arrives at the meeting place, unless anyone is intending not to.
Nope. We long rested, I assume.
Yep.
Okay.
You all received the benefits of a long rest.
Long.
Okay. I think if we go down, I'd rather do the water breathing once we're down in the sewers.
My morning ritual.
All right. Easy enough. As you head down into the sewers, you go through that area that was sort of the encampment before. It is empty and seems fairly, not completely taken down, but abandoned. There's no sounds of anyone, no sign of anyone. And you are able to navigate the sewers if you would like.
Is there any kind of sign of residuum? I know that it was ebbing and flowing in certain parts, but I don't believe so much in the camp.
Make a perception roll.
Pretty good for +5. 23.
Very nice. Yes, 23 is very good. Looking around, you actually see that there is almost no residuum here. And as you sort of go through and do a thorough kind of walk around, you poke your head into where Danger was set up with all of her stuff. That is probably mostly empty. The furniture and that kind of stuff remains, but it looks like the majority of the items have been cleared out. But you do see in the center of the room one very large mass there on its side, as you do see that her construct, metallic dog, is there in the middle, motionless on its side.
I'm gonna go rub its belly.
No.
Oh!
Let it
Ah!
sleep. It's sleeping. I don't want to hear this thing ever again.
It doesn't move or react to any of your presence in any way.
Oh, shoot.
Totally motionless.
Can I still not touch it?
I suppose just don't wake it up.
Alright, I'm gonna gently touch its head.
It feels like a pile of cold metal.
Oh, versus warm metal that it was before. I assume it was warm. Oh.
Molten.
Again, you notice there is no residuum from anywhere in this creature.
To further that, I would like to take an investigation to see if there's obvious claw marks or signs of other buglies that have gotten through here. Sewer once
Investigation.
crawled with them, right?
Yep, investigation roll.
Decent roll again.
Nice.
25.
25 on this. Looking sort of over the creature and such, the creature, whatever magical force animated and gave this creature life, is no longer present. This is a pile of mechanical parts at the moment. And you can see from the inside, it looks like what was once sort of like a whirring, well-oiled sort of mechanism that sort of burgeoned beyond comprehension almost. It looks like all the parts inside, instead of being like very finely oiled and everything, are kind of tarnished, as if it's seen some sort of like aging, like the machine has been sitting here for years of disuse. The oil is kind of thick and sort of caked on there, dried in some places.
And the room itself doesn't have evidence of claw marks or any kind of desk gobbler, whatever those things
Looking
are
around the room, there's nothing you see that resembles any of those insectoid-like creatures that were feeding on residuum before. All of the or any of the remaining things are a lot of them are open, as in like desk drawers and a chest and that kind of stuff in the room itself. And as you sort of look around, you do kind of see indents with a 25, which is astronomically good. You do see it looks as though from where the
Cane
from
powder.
yeah, I'd recognize the smell anywhere. It looks as though the last motions of this construct were to kind of rush towards the door, but then fall back away from it into the point of where it was. So you can kind of like see a couple of steps and then sort of this sliding, falling. And as you sort of adjust and look underneath, it looks like it fell and kind of skid and scraped along the ground like ever so slightly there. So it looks like it coming to rest in this position was not a gentle thing.
Well, that was put there in a harsh manner. I don't see any claw marks for the Insecticons or whatever they're calling themselves today. Residual. Doesn't this look like it's a little aged to you? A little unnaturally aged?
Well, we know that the Vishem Varu, when they feed, seem to suck the life force out of an area.
Suppose, would that leave a physical trait mark? I guess we don't have any sample.
Well, we know that the Jachnor Plaza never recovered and that nothing will grow there.
But is that an aging process?
And it was quoted as retaining an unsettling aura.
I think me and Cookie had the same thought at the same moment. Judging by her, were you thinking about the tree?
I was thinking about the tree.
Yeah, I was like, oh shit.
Also, the plants in Balthier Grimm's office.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I also am thinking that what we're gonna go down and try and see is also gonna be Sectorai 2.
Well, I guess we won't know till we swim down there.
So, you proceed through the sewers, which you spent an inordinate amount of time in earlier. And
this is where we tackled that demon, remember, Katie?
It is. Mm-hmm. Which all those events have led to here. And so you find yourself reflecting back on the last few days in this sort of big pool in the sewer that leads down to the ruins underneath the city, where you had that faithful encounter with Oxip, the demon that sent all of this in motion.
I don't regret that. Even being
Sure
here
you
right
don't.
now, I don't regret that.
And so you plan on...
regrets?
Yeah.
You recall there is a large stretch of needing to swim underwater in order to get where you're going, as well as a locked door that you need to pass. We can sort of fast forward through all of this if you tell me how you wish to overcome these obstacles and account for the various resources, etc.
Going to ritually cast water breathing.
All right.
Perhaps somebody can open the door at a certain
Yes,
spell.
I will use the knock spell to open the door.
All right, and it is successful as you pass through that kind of alcove with the altar to the love gods of the merfolk. Down and out, it looks like everything is fairly untouched here. The door itself rolls open as you use the knock spell, and it sort of echoes and reverberates through, and you make your way down into the chamber itself, the large ancient ruin, and find yourself standing in front of the chained body of the creature you know as a Garga. The creature is sort of slumped over forward, the chains kind of taut behind it as it just kind of hangs there. It doesn't move or react to your entrance.
I'll say her name in my head.
I'll say it out loud.
No reaction.
I will come over and I will touch it.
Feels cold, clammy to the touch.
I will pump my 5 points of healing hands into it.
As you go to try to heal it, the energy just won't flow between you and it, as it doesn't seem like it's a valid target.
Can we check, or can I check the room with many doors?
That's a bit further down. You can certainly go there.
I will head in that direction.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything?
Follow her because there's a lack of trust right now. I'm like just eyeing her.
I'm Kadia?
Yeah. Are you said you're going down there, correct?
I want to see if someone's down there or if
Right.
something has happened down there.
But I'm not letting you go alone, is what
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying.
okay.
Because you might be Veshenburu. Yeah.
Or you might be impulsive and I need to yank you back.
That I can do.
So you traverse the sort of winding cavern sort of tunnel system down another 3 or 4 minutes of kind of wading through chest deep water. As you recall, the sort of tides rise and fall and seem to fill and evacuate this room. And you come to the threshold of the icosahedron shaped room there, the Thresahedron gate. Looking inside, you see all the sort of multifaceted prismatic walls and surfaces in here all shimmer and glow as the whole room just slowly revolves there. Some of the water kind of splashes in through the threshold in it, and you can see as it flows down, it just sort of flows, and as it like hits the walls, it doesn't pool up or anything, it just seems to just flow right into them, going down. Doesn't appear to be any creatures other than occasional small like fish or something around here that
But the portal is still active?
it's as you recall seeing it previously.
Okay. Well? I don't know what this means. I'll go back. Can't hear you.
Go with too. I follow you. I will follow you.
All right, give me an investigation roll, please, Dorand.
The rolls continue to be
Getting
outstandingly good.
Better.
Did Holly give me the goods?
The goods. So 26, very, very nice. So looking over, you can see that kind of like the chest cavity area of this creature has sort of caved in a bit as the body has sort of shriveled in on itself, as if sort of something at its chest was the source of like where all this kind of drawn in. Definitely looks desiccated despite sort of sitting in water. Like all the life energy has been drawn from it. You can tell the neck seems like it has shriveled in, and you can see just like this wear mark of sort of just scars and kind of lasting marks along the neck, as if it's just been rubbing against this collar where it's been chained for years and years and years in it.
Freaking energy vampire got to this thing and talked about the most banal subjects until it wilted and died.
And lastly, with a 26, you do notice that sort of winding in almost sort of like serpentine pattern beneath, sort of like right below it in the water. Not like moving, but just sort of there. Almost like a ribbon that's sort of been suspended in the water. This arcane sort of string of bluish energy.
Oh, is this a memory strand? What is this? What is this? I literally grab it. What is this?
What's this? What's this? Looking at it does.
It's just floss. Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
I mean, it is very important.
Fishing line.
Yeah. It does seem like it is similar to the memory strand which you saw. Why can't I remember names? NPC names. Which you saw Lycia remove and give to Rhea.
Did Rhea have to eat it? I forget. How did you use this? Rhea, how did you
Rhea
use
also forgets. What did Rhea... But Rhea would... Dora forgets. Rhea would remember. What did Rhea do with it?
It was sort of just like a willingness to absorb it into yourself, and then it sort of fills you with...
Dora, you just have to, like, listen to it.
Oh, it's so hard for me to do. What if it's stupid? All right, I'll do it.
Well, that's...
That is a struggle.
That's the struggle. Okay, I guess I'll give it a try.
All right. As
Pull a
you
taunt and start going ding 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 ding. It's egg.
as you put it in, sort of focusing on learning its contents, you do feel almost this like sort of strobing flashing sensation as you just see
Epilepsy.
yeah, well, I mean, it feels very much like you're looking into like this strobing scene that plays faster than you can almost comprehend, and you see a world that's completely foreign and alien to you, that has populated with creatures like the one before you. You see sort of
But not after us.
a creature, yeah, a creature's life almost flashed before your eyes in its entirety, very quickly going through. And then as it sort of nears completion towards the end, time sort of slows and you're able to start watching, and you do see your interactions with it, as if you're seeing through the creature's eyes, seeing all of you there in that conversation that you had with it first. And you remember, as if you're remembering from the creature's perspective, this appreciation of the company there you had with it, and this longingness to be free and feel like family with them again, but then having them leave and head up away without freeing you. And there's this final sort of almost accepted realization that the rest of your life and existence will be in this location in perpetuity. And then it sort of fades as sort of another, like, this whole thing is kind of like episodic by like flowing of the tide up and down over the memories, and sort of
I click the intro, past the intro.
yeah, every sort of one of them is sort of washed over, and then the tide recedes back down to something that you remember again. Years of torture from various sea creatures here, and you have a final scene in all of this that kind of, as the thing flows by and stops, freezing this image in your face. Velabreeze standing before this creature, hand outstretched, sort of glowing around it, and then the hand just slowly closes, and then the image is gone.
Is the strand available for others? Is this a like a superior thing? This creature was all about the brain, or is this?
As you
assumed-
absorb it, the strand has dissipated.
Well, I have a bit of a conundrum for you all. I have seen proofs of Velabreeze is indeed first-person account as a Vesham stealing and ripping the life from this creature. That being said, I have no way to share that with you, and so now you have to determine whether I'm trustworthy or not.
You're trustworthy.
I'm surprised after the book fair.
That was very.
He said that very fast. Veshamburu are shape changers, correct?
Correct?
Well, if we need further concrete proof, although this sounds pretty damn concrete. My moonbeam does something to shape changers too.
Really?
It does. I just thought of it now as I was.
What is the effect that it does?
Shape changers make their saving throw with disadvantage. If it fails, it also instantly reverts to its original form and cannot assume a different form until it leaves the spell's light. So, it'd be pretty handy to expose her in public if we needed to.
That's
Or
true.
just expose her in general. But,
That's fantastic to hear.
and if we had suspicion about someone else, it could also work.
And
I think
when-
it is. We want to be sure of anybody we, moonbeam first rather than the suspicion.
right,
Oh,
because
sure, but if I
other-
accidentally...
Otherwise, Katia will be moonbeaming the city at large.
I don't know.
Can
how
all
to do-
people with beards assemble in the town square, please?
Also, if you're left-handed.
gingers over here, please. What? I
Anybody
think
with some nice timepieces?
I think it's important to note that most NPCs would be murdered by this at first exposure.
I admit I was being a little flip, but also Trellmarn. I don't
Like if
know.
it turns out he has 5 hit points and all he is a rich guy.
You know what, though? He deserves it.
Whoa, we don't pass those.
Whoa.
He does. He does. He has manipulated all of us. He has construed this whole thing. And I don't trust him. And I am...
Construed?
I think under,
Whatever.
under other circumstances, him and I could have been lovely friends.
Because he has birds.
Well, and he lives humbly without servants. That's...
What
I
else
don't
is
know.
friendship started from, other than random thing that you have in common with somebody,
Well, I mean, yeah, but I think the fact that he doesn't have servants is not because he's all high and mighty. I think it's because he's up to no good and he doesn't need witnesses.
Most rich
Period.
people are.
Well,
To be fair, I also do not have servants.
And you're usually up to no good.
Yes, I am up to no good.
Yeah. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm just saying that this is a tool we have at our disposal. I'm not going to use it willy-nilly, but it's a tool we have at our disposal.
Are you sure you don't wanna teach it to me?
What?
you
I
want
gotta-
to teach it to me?
No, I don't want to teach it to you.
Oh, damn. Okay.
So,
You have other things to focus on.
Yeah, like, what are we gonna do? And how can we expose Tramarn for the beast that he is?
Why are you so focused on Trollman Cash when we've just
Because
that Vela Breeze is killing this creature, and like the other creatures, that is what we must focus on, not Trollman Cash, no matter how much you dislike him, for one reason or another, justified or not. He is not our focus right now. We do not think about him, we deal with him later if he is dealt with at all. We focus on Vela Breeze, and not any other crazy conspiracy, left, right, up, down, diagonally left, right, up, down.
But
No.
what if he is just disguising himself as Vela? What
Why
if
would
is
he
the-
do that in front of an extraplanar creature who doesn't care?
Well, for this
And who's
exact
dead.
reason
Yeah.
it's possible. But I do not think that Vela would have expected this creature to create this, strand of brain, and for us to know what to do with it. So I think that
Even for us to come back here.
I think that Velabreeze is, based on all evidence we have, there will always be small doubt. You can always explain things away with, what if it is all disguise? Like, to any point, right? What if it was actually Vela disguised as Trellmarn, who is disguised as Vela all along, right? You can take this down as many times as you like, and eventually we do nothing. So we must go on the evidence we have, which is that it is Velabreeze. Okay?
I have the first person account. I'm willing to act immediately against Velabreeze.
Without any. This is exactly what he wants.
Is evidence the word you're looking for there, Holly?
No, it's not. No. 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 He's involved. God damn it. No, prove it.
Right, but here's the thing. There's a matter of being involved and being a threat to this immediate threat to the city.
Yeah, priority is the city.
I just hate playing into his hand. And you know that we are. Like, giving
Whether
his
this also furthers a sinister plot that has yet to been revealed to us is irrelevant, because destruction is, forgive me for saying this word, nigh. Yeah, I hate that word.
You are forgiven.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Everybody makes mistakes.
It's not that okay. It's a bad word. Nigh.
So, armed with this information, deep below the city.
So I have a suggestion again. At no point should we consider my suggestion the only suggestion. Clearly, they've been the best suggestion so far, but here we go. My mentor, my master, she who I am apprenticed to, has the ability to, through social machinations, set up a meeting with Velabreeze to discuss the furthering of the agenda Velabreeze has placed and put in place, so we can know and almost control when and where that will happen, or at least find out when and where that will happen, which gives us the ability to maybe canvass an area beforehand, set a little bit of an Oculus trap. I believe regardless of how the fight goes, we need to Oculus the creature here to both get rid of the threat from Sigil, but were we to fail, also not allow this creature to escape our plane unscathed, and let others maybe can further our work. And even if it comes down to Trellmarn finding another way to end her, she won't be able to just whisk away to the outer planes or wherever else, the Ulta Megaverse. Or I saw a whole world, guys. You don't understand. I'm a little oops, but
We need to be lensing at the first opportunity.
lens at a first opportunity, which the lens is something large like this is got to be much like this very particular situation right here. It has to be in place first. Unless
Doesn't
we
it
have
have
a
to
way
be,
to
like,
hold her.
Yeah, we had
We
like
don't have a way to
an
hold her.
hour.
So if we, it takes some doing. I don't think it took an. It was like an attunement, but it seems so long ago. We used this.
I'm pretty sure, because I was telling stories to the people that were stuck down there. I think it took like an hour for the process to complete.
Well, like any good process, we could probably complete most of it, and then when the person arrives, or at least keep her entertained for an hour. I don't know. Casey, mechanically, is it an hour to use the Oculus?
I'm looking it up, and I will write mechanics for it. It is not an instantaneous process.
Right.
We'll say it's not an hour. We'll say 10 minutes.
Yes. So, 10 minutes in a discussion seat should suffice. They won't be able to tell it's happening until the effect begins, and then I imagine ends immediately. But the buildup is more like a hand crank on something that doesn't exist yet. So you don't worry about that. But
Yeah. You would know, since you did identify it, it's not like whatever your target is has to be in the lens for the entire duration, and you can't.
Correct.
It's not like you can say we're gonna load the 9 minutes and 59 seconds in, and then okay, you're done. It's gonna be the whole process.
Little rats, but okay.
Well, we can there's some things that we can look at.
Cookie, I heard noises. At the time.
There's some things that we can look at to bind.
Well, that if you were to bind Velabreeze, which, oh, by the way, is no small bit of an adversary, then clearly you're going to have to deal with her for 10 minutes.
Well, or we make her unconscious, and then...
Well, if we've gone that far, we just end it.
Right. I mean, I think we could be working towards both ends at the same time.
I don't disagree. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thoughts, additions? What am I missing? I tend to have a big picture and miss the small details sometimes.
Did you say that your master or professor or whatever?
Praetor, but yes.
Praetor, is on board with this? Or on board with, or not with this?
What'd
but
you tell her?
What does she think of Vela? I'm sorry if I missed that we talked about this, but...
Oh yeah, my master's completely trustworthy. We're going to go to her with this, and she'll set up the meeting and give us the time and location.
Oh,
was she suspicious of Vela before?
Well, she is the Praetor for a reason. She's a very high-level wizard, and one who has both a storied history at the school itself, as well as exploits afterwards, before taking the position. She is considered one of the higher intellects of the entire empire. Of course she knew. Of course.
What if she didn't? What if she doesn't? Is she aligned with Vela? What if we go to her with this and it backfires?
Well, you can ask myself, and if you think I'm biased, you can ask Griscold. She has assuaged our fears.
She has assuaged fear.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
I feel like I'm missing something.
I have not gone back and watched anything, so this is genuine.
I love this because you're so tainted by previous experience.
Yes, but I also saw in ROLL20 higher wisdom saves, so I don't know. I'm not gonna guess.
Well,
I'm taking you at face value.
I mean,
So-
what could the
grand
DC of
tradition in the grand tradition of our campaigns, I trust Beth implicitly. Beth is definitely leading us into a trap.
And I love you for it.
And also, Rhea has fought alongside Gruthcole for many years and trusts her, so if Gruthcole says it's good, then it's good.
But okay, walk us through your conversation. Word for word, preferably.
Okay, I started with, we definitely have to attack Velabreeze where she's going to be. My master can do that for us. Then I tried to tell you that my master is... no, she's going to set us up with the time and place. She may also assist with the whatever needs to be assisted with. Ugh. Yeah.
So she knows about world-ending Vesular is gonna be dead.
She knows a lot more than likely we give her credit for. But the point is, she will do what's necessary to assist, which might even be a much more supportive role, something along the lines of preventing teleportations or et cetera, stuff that's a little past our caliber, right?
So she
Remember,
does
this
know
is a
about the
fledgling
Vesular?
demigod we're trying to stop. Given enough food, this will bloat into something devastating for all. And eventually, for all. So, yes.
Here's another part that's a little concerning when trying to defeat or contain Vela. She feeds off magic and residuum, right?
directly. She feeds more off residuum than raw magic that I've seen. I've only actually seen her manipulate, like when I saw her manipulate the residuum at the theater. I saw that.
I've seen that. I saw the same.
Correct.
But
And
magic
then
creates residuum.
I
right?
I don't disagree, but it's not a one-to-one. It's like boiling water and then capturing the steam. It's not quite the same amount of water once it goes back under your hand, right?
Yeah,
So-
I'm just worried about the amount of magic we use.
I'm
to
sorry
try to
about the
contain
steam thing. What's the problem, Katie? What's gonna be said, Katie?
Okay.
You
Hear
used
me
a
out.
metaphor.
I hate when she starts with "hear me out." 'Cause I know that we're about to be taken on some fucking wild ride.
Can I finish my thought before you go on? Before you say
Yeah,
something, Kate?
That's
Okay.
probably wise.
Yeah. Is that it? The more magic we use to try and defeat her, the more food we're possibly giving her in a minute.
Well-
It's just something to just be cautious of. I don't know how we can do it without it, but I think that that's
Well,
a danger that we're going to run into.
okay. So, do you remember when she manipulated the residuum in the theater?
Mm-hmm.
There was action. There was purpose. She had to focus to do so, right? She drew it in and then released it,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that involves conscious effort. I dare say subtle magics, even if it is something she could consume, may go unnoticed, much like whatever treats. Oh no, Jesse's not in our campaign. Never mind. I mean, just like whatever food you may see at a table, if you don't notice what's in that bowl over there, you might not be tempted by it, right? It's a very basic idea, but she might not be always hungry, and she might not be. But I mean, who is? I know one or two people.
I mean, when I'm a bear, I'm ravenous.
I heard of this person who calls herself a rodeo barbarian.
This
And
is a rodeo barbarian.
That sounds like a bard story. Go on.
it is. She eats all the time. Just saying.
Okay, I've said what I need to say.
Okay, two things. Nope. Go ahead. Say it.
I was just going to say, I think if we are subtle with it, we may be fine.
The party
And
is
if it turns out that's incorrect, then we're still going to have to deal with it, because by removing one of our greatest assets just to deny her whatever the feeding gives her at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we remove it, because that takes
Right.
me out of the equation. That takes you out. I'm just saying that this is a danger that's going to exist while we confront her.
And also, make no mistake, my abjuration bubble, as I like to call it, was very active when we met with Velabreeze. She made no attempt to eat me at that time. So this is a conscious effort thing with them, I think.
You also weren't trying to kill her at the time.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's true. Sure. Not directly, at
It
least.
is. The point he is making is that she must take action in order to do this, right? It does not happen on its own, like
I know,
Without-
but like as an action, she can suck it up.
No, I wasn't.
just
I wasn't
yeah.
even talking about it like that, right?
Yeah.
The point we're making is that it's an active thing she has to do, right? In the same way that us eating is an active thing we have to do.
Right. I don't see
It's
how
not like
this
we're
is canceling out.
Well, no, he's not.
It's fine. We
we're not
don't
disagreeing with
need
you.
to belabor this
We're
point.
not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, that's why
Let's
I'm
go
like
on
wondering
for
why
another
they're
20 or 30
continuing to
minutes
talk
at
about
least.
it. It's fine.
I believe we have at least two things from Holly.
Okay. Let's start with number one.
There's too much
because-
joy in her voice. Uh-oh.
Sorry. I will leave the best for last. First of all, we have a trap in our possession, currently holding one of those things that eat the residuum. What if we could use the trap to trap Vela and then bring her to some sort of location? The ball.
The Pokeball.
Pokeball.
So if Vesham Varubusters?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
I'd
not?
forgotten about that ball. I don't even remember it now that you're talking about it.
I have it on my
There's a
I was planning on using it to wreak havoc at some point.
You
residuum bug in there.
remember you fought the hive, and then you didn't kill like the queen of the hive, and then Danger was just like walked over, threw something in, and then walked away. It was what
Yeah.
she threw in.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for remembering that.
Okay, so there's that. Now here's the good part.
Okay.
So,
That was pretty good.
Chomarn. Okay. What if,
Ugh.
okay, because he is up to something, right? He's wanting Vela dead for a reason. And it has to do with the Demon Lord of Illusions. Not the Veshimvaru. Like, there's the dead plants in Grimm's office. Demon Lord of Illusions. There's the tree in his backyard. Nothing will grow there, like Colothune. What if he wants this interplanal travel to bring in...
Anal.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
To bring in... Whatever. You know what I mean. He wants it to be a thing. That way he can bring in something from the outside. They cannot travel here for whatever reason. What about the Bone Daughter?
Kalia, what has given you the impression at any point that Shalmarn Cash is working with the Demon Lord of Illusion?
Okay, I'll say it again. There's the dead plants.
No, I heard what you said, okay? But the dead plants are directly related to, I believe, or at least it was my understanding, Vishnu stuff, you know? It's more so places that Velabris has been.
But Tromar has been in those places too.
Right.
So we can't really say that it's the Veshimvaru feeding
No,
vent,
you're right.
or
But we
if
also
it's...
cannot say that it is the Demon Lord of Illusion.
Okay. Well, Dima had something... I mean, there was something going on there.
You're right. She was creating a bone dragon out of her bone doll child. Do you have anything more concrete than this?
Well, all of the doors in his house were locked, so I couldn't really look through his stuff like I wanted to. So no, I don't have proof, but there is a connection, and we're missing a connection, and I'm trying to make that connection, and it is out there somewhere, and he cannot be trusted.
I agree with Oh, I don't know what I agree.
He can be trusted to the extent that he wants Velabris gone. We also wish to have Velabris. Okay, well, hold on. We also wish to have Velabris gone, right?
Well, yes.
Regardless, even if he is working with Demon Lord of Illusion, we still wish to get Velabris gone, correct?
Yes, but what if
100%.
doing so opens up another door to something worse?
Then we deal with the other door when it opens up. I'm not saying that we should trust him, you know, to babysit our goats or to, I don't know, play Dracora Ball. But, you know...
Carry our books.
We know that he is not, or we are fairly sure, he is not the Vishnu-Vuru that we're looking for. Our goal right now is the Vishnu-Vuru. So if, in dealing with the Vishnu-Vuru, we open up some crazy new bad thing that is doing crazy new bad things, then we will deal with that. But we should not deal with that thing until we have dealt with the more pressing matter.
But how do you know that's more pressing matter?
Because it is currently pressing.
Yeah, it's about the destruction of the city
Yeah,
versus
it's
the
the
guessing
entire
what this
plan.
one's up to.
Weird side question about the so I went over and I touched the tree, and I believe I looked at the plants at the office. Were they the same kind of dead?
The plants at the office were further along, like they were like dead. This tree is dying. It's hard to tell. I recall your nature roll was exceptionally low at the tree.
Yeah, it was.
There.
But I felt some life force in it, I guess, is like...
It wasn't dead yet, but it was definitely on its way there.
It'll probably bloom when, the king returns.
Yeah.
Burr, 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 burr. Sorry, I can't sing anymore without copyright infringement.
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
So, with a concrete plan in their hands, the party... What would you like to do? You've found your way down here. Is there anything else you'd like to do down in these areas?
I would very much like to study the portal room and the doors room, so I can then give a distinct and detailed report to the Praetor, because on the off chance that the Praetor is unaware of this specific problem or potential something that could be exploited, maybe it would be best if the Praetor knew as much as possible. So I will go in there and take if I make a little illusion of that, this is what it looks like exactly, dimensions, that kind of
Yep. Yeah.
nerdly measuring things. It was 11.4 inches to the next crystal by this degree.
Yeah, you can go and spend
Someone have an abacus.
spend half an hour to an hour there and just take detailed notes of everything and look over everything so you can accurately recount it for some analysis purposes.
I would like to lay Agaraga to rest.
How would you like to do that?
He is very big.
He is very big, but I don't want to just leave him here.
I might be of assistance. I saw the entirety of Agaraga's life. I wonder if I can't maybe focus in on and glean possibly what their to rest rights may have been.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Not my best rolls. Up to a 13. Oh, I made a save.
That's a save.
That's a
so
BS.
it's not a check, yeah.
It's not even as good. It's -3 to that. So it was only a 10.
All right. Try as you may. You try to pick out specific. There's just so much, and you feel that if you pushed any harder without having the ability to control it, that you may actually damage your own mind in the process.
Whoa! Backing right up. Sorry,
Yeah.
this is what puts the money on the table.
Precious cargo.
Baby on board. What does that mean?
I shrug. I go. I apologize. I cannot.
Is there... I mean, maybe we should just, if we can drag the body out of the water, burn the body?
If we contact the merfolk, they're likely able to come in here when the tide is high and do a much better job than we.
I don't know if they would agree to do that, nor do I have a way to contact them.
Yeah, fair points.
Is there a place that we could drag the body back to where it's out of the water?
You do recall that this whole area completely floods and not. So while some areas may be out of the water at some point, everything does fully flood with the tide. You also realize, no pressure, this is likely the last of the entire race of people in existence who has died in front of you.
Yes. Thank you, Casey.
We could always find out if that ball has more room in it.
I'm sorry, do you want to fight a Hive Lord?
No, I didn't say release what's in there.
I don't think that's a... Actually, I have no idea how it works.
You have no idea if this is a horrible thing or not.
Though it might not be a bad idea while we're down here to find a part of the sewer and defeat that thing. So we can use it.
We're back after 6 levels. Ah!
Get fucked.
We're like level 2 or something at the time. don't know.
DM question. Didn't you say like Charmon has like a really good like clothing fashion sense, like lots of different coats and stuff like that?
I'll just say yes to this question. We'll see we'll see where it goes.
It's very dapper.
Where did that come from?
I think the Charmon does have a servant.
Can somebody please help me brainstorm how to lay this creature to rest?
Well, Trelmarn is very well dressed.
I'm trying to treat this creature with dignity.
Katie is not your girl.
Katie doesn't believe in dignity.
Well, I don't know. Can I do some sort of maybe like a religion check to see what the best way is to give off a creature like a respectful funeral?
Give me a religion check.
I understand where you're coming from, but just to be very, very clear, I am literally only talking about the logistics of dealing with a body this large.
7.
You have no knowledge of this race of people other than this creature before you. You spent almost an hour talking to it, and at no point did any burial rituals come up. You don't know.
I got nothing.
But
The
there we
body
have-
is large. Very
Well,
large. It's actually a
we
huge creature.
What if I heated metal and we broke it?
Okay.
You're not even sure this body will fit up the tunnels that you came in.
Is there... Could we dig a grave for it?
You can certainly try.
Does anybody else have any better ideas?
We could let nature take its course. Just
I say it at the most, just let it free from its chains. And let it go.
Just let it go.
We can't hear you, Tamar.
I definitely bumped my mute button. I say we're going to rename him or her or it Tetra
Yeah.
and feed it to the fishes.
Aw.
Well, that's what you're talking about. The natural way, right? It's for pretty
Yeah.
much the fish are going to come in and say, thank you.
I'm actually surprised they haven't done so already.
There's only half of. Oh, who's the other half? Ooh.
I mean, its energy will go back to, will go on. It'll nourish some animals, and it's not pretty, but it's how things happen.
True.
Until some otherworldly force annihilates the entire area.
Oh, we'll go down this far. This will be fine. You know, if we just stay here and wait like 3 weeks, problem solved.
Roswell would be with you. Ziliana. Nah.
I know.
I think we do not have way to do so. That would take a lot of time. I think the creature would rather be dealt with, what is necessary. I do not think it cares necessarily too much about the remains of its large, really obscenely large form. But then I don't know. Do you have a solution?
Don't have a solution.
Then we're going to
Just a desire.
probably leave it where it is. Him, it, they. Where it is.
So, that okay, Rhea?
Yes, I mean I don't have another solution.
We will serve it better with action later.
To the surface, to the school. Does anyone else have stuff we need to do first?
Do we want to clear out the Pokeball?
Underwater? No.
Well, not underwater, but in the sewer.
I mean, if we want to have it available, then
We got to clear it out.
we gotta clear it out.
Unless it would eat Villabreeze, and that would solve everything.
Somehow, I don't think it's gonna be that simple.
Oh, okay. I'm
Although
very
if we
good-
would,
I'm
if we
very
would
good
like
at
to,
animals.
if we would like to up the CR of the Villabreeze fight, we can always.
You know, though,
Not enough enemies here.
how many days is it till the festival?
6.
I wonder how long she can stay full off residuum. Like, where's she gonna go after she clears out? Wait, what about the merfolk? Merfolk.
What about them?
What if, like, what if she kills them all by feeding off of them, like she's done down here? Like, where do you know?
Chicken fried merfolk, or what are we talking
I think
about
she
here?
got rid of threats. I don't think she.
How is this person a threat?
This person
She
was a
taught-
threat for the knowledge it had.
True.
Okay, and the mechanical dog?
It was on its way down here.
Was likely a response to the mechanical dog lurching forward when Villabreeze was investigating a now empty danger zone. That's right, danger zone. I said that.
Highway to the danger zone.
Danger zone.
So,
Oh my god, the exit sign is this way. Let's go.
All right.
I'm still hung up on. I mean, why would
Really?
they leave the dog here? I'm sorry.
So you
Nope,
make your
let's
way
go.
back up through the sewers the way you came. Excuse me. And are able to return to the surface several hours after leaving. It's around midday. What would you like to do next?
Still in the sewer?
Nope.
Oh, we're not gonna clear out the Pokeball.
You can do that if you want. You tell me.
I think it's up to Rhea, who holds the Pokeball.
The Pokeball is communal property. I just happen to be the keeper.
Yeah, this is my way of saying it's your decision. I don't want to be a part of it, but I'll go along with it.
I mean, I guess we might as well have everything at our disposal. So sure, let's clear out the Pokeball.
Then, before you do that, let me identify it to see if it's something you need to attune to, etc., so
Oh,
that we
yeah.
know how to use it.
and hopefully it's not single use.
Well,
Upon
if it's
opening it,
if it's
kills
single
the user. What?
if it's single use, then I feel like I'm just gonna keep it as a Pokeball with a Hive Lord on it.
Well, then it's worth identifying then.
Yeah.
I spend the time the requisite time to
All right.
identify.
The ball itself is a magical item. It does not require attunement.
What level of Pokeball? Because I know there's a few.
Nowhere does it say poke.
Oh, I mean,
it
what
is a-
level of ball?
It is a pocket monster ball.
Oh, right.
To avoid copyright infringement.
Yeah. It basically works. You use your action, target a creature. Throw the thing near it, which is part of that action. It makes a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. If it fails, it gets sucked in, and there it is. You can use an action to empty it. The ball can only hold one creature at a time.
Charisma saving throw is going to be tough with Vela.
Thoughts, feelings? Do we want it? Do we want to keep the Hive Lord?
Do we know any kind of reason to keep Hive Lord?
For
Chaos reasons.
no, actually, the Hive Lord is actually rather valuable as it is a way to study the creatures that are either imported to or indigenous to the Shard, as they were eating up, or were they? Remind me, were they visible from the things they killed?
No.
So
We
they-
could see them, but other people couldn't.
Right. So,
That
therefore,
is
they
actually
exist in the
important.
Shard. It's probably going to be excellent for research, but long-term research, not the kind that's going to help us in the upcoming fight. That's my initial gut reaction, at least.
Well, if your college has any use for it, then that would be something we could ask.
New Brimraldy mascot.
Well, actually,
Hive Lord.
you remember how
Dust choppers.
when we saw Danger when she took off the clothes, she was invisible? What if we release that thing and we can no longer see it?
Yeah, let's use the long-term research as our goal, and find out the long-term way, as opposed to, oops.
Pokeball goes back in the bag.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna head over to the Praetor's office. You're all welcome to join me, because the Praetor's likely to assuage you all.
Okay.
So suspicious.
What? I don't.
So
What?
suspicious.
It's not. This is what? I'm just
Prepare to
saying.
be assuaged.
But it was just really funny the way you said it. It was like
Mm.
she's gonna don't worry, she'll mind wipe you all.
All right, guys, time to go. Time to go to the tomb. I mean the the Praetor's office.
So, easy enough to head to Brimraldy, and you do find that Praetor Fogmar is in, and obviously willing to see our favorite apprentice. She only has one.
Wait a minute. She has. Oh.
I consider all my students my apprentices.
Oh, she says this to everybody. Ah! Well, I still have the gold star. Yeah, upon entering our office, after, of course, knocking and being patient, once she says something, I'll go in.
She beckons you in.
Excellent. Everybody there? Everybody, gather around close. Okay, great.
Hey, gotta be within range of the fireball.
It's nothing. It's
She pulls out a skull idol and sets it on the desk. Gonna need
Ow.
you all to just touch this. Just trust me, it's fine.
at the same time. I'm gonna make sure that the door is nice and secure, like what we did with vertical. And I'll say clearly there's some serious topics that we have to discuss. I assume we're secure enough now.
She looks around and takes a second to kind of study each one of you. Of course.
I have shared a great deal of the information we talked about with the rest of my companions, all of which I trust with my life. I've seen and fought with them. They've proven themselves to me time and time again. Some of their personalities are certainly interesting, but their hearts are all in the right place. And so regarding what we've been doing to attempt to uncover more and more about the problems of what's going to befall our city, including what will happen if Sigil has their way, and why, and who their target is. We have discovered an unknown race, and I will use the prestidigitation to make a small minor illusion of the creature. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but this creature is bound some last final creature from a realm alien and strange to all of us, who was on a bit of a pursuit and revenge trail for the Veshamburu. This creature was vastly intelligent and imparted to us some of the initial knowledges about the Veshamburu to us. We went down there to further seek counsel and to learn more, and found it was destroyed, taken. In some sort of last-ditch effort, it created a version of memory strand that spanned its entire lifetime. It is too much for me to process as I've taken it into myself, but luckily the last final moments are very clear, very slow, deliberately so. So that is vivid, and it is unquestionably Vela Breeze behind the murder of this already bound creature. This creature was also the target of the Oculus, which we spoke about earlier. I think we should employ what we can to now, with this concrete first-person account, move against Vela as soon as possible. We cannot let Vela get to day 6 where there's a gathering of potential, well, nothing short of genocide would occur if a feeding of that magnitude were to occur. Also, we might mention that Tromar Kesh, I don't know how familiar we are with this person, has made some also startlingly strange offers to, deals to try to. He wants us to kill Vela Breeze, offered us money to do so, and then threatened to kill Vela Breeze were we incapable of doing so. His motivations are currently beyond our concrete understanding, although there's a lot of, and I look over at Katie, there's a lot of hypothesis as to what that might be. It's not high on our priority list, but it is a large factor as the residuum reacts with Tromar and Kesh in almost an opposite manner as it does with Vela Breeze.
Also, he's been manipulating our lives.
I see. To what end?
He has not been manipulating our lives.
He is.
He's not. He's done
He
things that have
is.
interacted with our lives.
We have been given an offer of gold for Vela Breeze's head. To what level of manipulation that may or may not be is still conjecture.
No, it's not. He almost plainly said what he was doing from the beginning.
Yes, but he didn't plainly say why.
No,
So
we don't know the
therefore,
reason why, but
it's
he
conjecture.
is doing it.
Right. Conjecture.
He's doing it.
I'm just saying he's not doing it. I'm saying it's to what degree. Do you see what I have to work with here?
So you wish to arrange a meeting?
We wish to arrange the meeting as was discussed. You can use the pretense for the upcoming festival or the arcane guard or whatever the diplomatic, to contact her. If we know the time and place or where she'll be, we can both use the Oculus to bind her so that given some bad situation, she just doesn't get to escape the through the worlds and realities of wherever. And then we'd also like to try to end the threat permanently. It's no small vision I was given. It was murder. And in a way that is only consistent with the idea of a Veshamburu.
Well, just so you have all the facts, just in case you don't know, Veshamburu can shapeshift. I have the so is it Vela or is it someone else impersonating Vela? Purposely, because he's manipulating our lives. It's fishy.
Well, I'm willing and able to move forward with the plans as discussed previously. You need to pick a location in which you feel most comfortable of doing this, and we can aid as much or as little as you feel is prudent. Since you're close to this, I'll let you all make that decision.
That's a shame.
But I will caution that if anything gives away the ruse, this could get ugly fast.
I don't mean to be selfish, I'm not trying to pawn our problem onto others. But if things don't go well for us, there's a good chance that Vela will withdraw and try to enact her plan elsewhere. And that might not be a good answer, but it saves our city. Maybe gives us some more time.
Well, we can always just not fail.
It is a good plan.
So, a meeting location that won't raise suspicion is likely somewhere in the city. Somewhere.
Have you met with her in a specific specified place?
Only after the events at the theater and here back in my office. For perhaps obvious reasons, I would like this not to happen in my office. Perhaps a more neutral location. If things are to go awry, having her running around inside this school is likely a recipe for disaster.
Do you know if she had any other performances planned for the festival?
I'm not aware of her schedule. I know she was listed as a featured performer, so I would guess she has some kind of itinerary.
Because the theater might be a good place to go again. She likes them. We could hide the lens somewhere.
Well, when you've
There are questions I want to ask you.
decided a spot, let me know and we can put this in.
Bill will be respectful.
Um,
Grisco, you and me need to be behind everyone else right now.
We'll be ready.
you said you had questions.
Yes, I do. What do you know of the inventor that is also like the main event? This invention that she's made, do you know about that?
I know not of the invention specifically. Elsirian Bonapold is a name that those who pay attention to the world have known.
Okay. All right. So here's the deal. She and Trelmarn, about 5 years ago, they were in Colothune together, met a little bit before their festival. And Vela was there as well. So there are two possibilities that led to the death of about 200 people. One of them could have been Vela. The other could have been a trinket-sized version of this invention that she plans on using at our festival.
I'm not sure how that knowledge helps or alters anything we're doing.
Well, you see here. What she wants to do is bring wonder to our home and home to wander mesh them together, if you will.
Yes,
And
make the impossible
up-
possible, all of that. It's
Yes.
rhetoric.
She wants to open up other planes to coming, we can go there, they can come here, sort of thing. It's,
Should be
kind of a
interesting.
big deal. No. Gosh, you wizards. All right, I'm done.
We'll take the information into account. I will await your decision, hopefully quickly, as to where you would like this to happen, and then we will schedule it at convenience.
Well, let's just discuss in the next 2 or 3 minutes. It shouldn't take very long for us to come up with something, although it may seem like a week has gone by.
I think that is perhaps prudent, and I will go into a deep trance till then. And that is where we'll end this tonight. And we'll let you all decide offline what, where, when, how your showdown with Villa Breeze will happen.
I have a question, and then you just start lecturing. So this is what they're going to do. It's not a question.
That's not a question. You're just telling me things.
She didn't know. She didn't know about it. I asked a question. Did she know about it? No, she didn't know. Okay, let me tell you about it.
Let me answer the question. All right. Well, good work, everyone. Honestly, wasn't sure how all that would go. I'm still not sure how all of it will go, but
Us either.
Cool. Well, you've seen some places. There's some suspicions out there still.
Always.
And we will see what happens next week. I will say, though, that you do have a little bit of homework cut out for you, as we will need to know where this location is. And I wouldn't necessarily limit yourself to, like, places you've already been. All those will have maps, but if we need a map or something of somewhere new, it will take a non-zero amount of time to generate such things.
You have a donation closet map?
I do.
What a bouncy castle. Do you have a bouncy castle?
What about at the
I
load
do.
sharks? Let's do it there.
Yeah.
If you
Let's
want to
do it
be in
the
a
shadow
a
dimension
3x3
of Althea Grimm's
yeah.
office.
a 3x3 area. Cool. Well, thank you all for watching and enjoying that wonderful ride with us. Thank you, all the players. Check us out on Twitter at RollItSlant. Check us out on our website, rollitslant.com. Special thanks to Roll20 for having us as part of their Spotlight program. You can check them out at roll20.net. And if you're curious as to how we got here, you can go back and watch all of the previous episodes from this campaign, and a very large percentage of the ones from the previous campaign too. If you're like, gee whiz, these guys are super nice to watch, you can do that on YouTube. Just search for Roll It Slant, and you will pull up our URL, and you can click on it and watch them all there. And stay tuned for this Thursday, where we continue our ongoing campaign, Lions and Crows, DM'd by our very own Timur, where we do other stuff related to Hell. We're finally out of Hell.
Got out of hell. We're not
we
going
did.
back for a couple of sessions.
For at least 20 minutes. But we will realize that Hell is wherever we are.
You're back.
Yeah. Cool.
That's the secret. Hell's with you all the time.
Yeah.
What?
Hell is really more of a state of mind.
Hell is the friends we've made along the way. Cool.
True.
So, until next
Thanks,
time, does anyone have anything?
Ask all the questions.
Oh, I was just gonna. Yep. I was gonna. Yep.
Well,
That's
until
it.
next time,
One.
ask all the questions.
Yeah.
Job. Nice.
There's one of them.
Nicely handled.